Okay, I'm here now. Thanks, Submit T to the songs. Those are not Unreal Tournament and System Shock 2 songs, but they do kind of sound like it, don't they? We're gonna get a little bit of a train of subscriber alerts now. But yeah, this is the new model. This is how we're going to be playing Deus Ex today. You get to see about 10% of it. We're going to have to go a little bit of time for all these subscriptions. And we got the Howie Scream remix of the song. I'll refresh the stream overlay. Oh god. Oh, that makes it stop. Damn. We're gonna enjoy all those Howie screams. I just can't stop clicking the StarCraft Academy. But thank you all for the subs. That was a lot. I think that was a record high. Lots of bips. And thank you all for being here. Music's a little loud. Let me adjust that. And no, I didn't set up a... It sounded like a crossfade. I just did that manual in OBS. Because the songs are actually playing through OBS instead of me using like a YouTube or third-party song site, it was actually easier to adjust the faders that way. How's this volume also? Maybe a little bit more. I'm just going off of levels here. It's not a new mic. We're on the old mic still. All right. Oh, let's show a little more. You can see hair. That's pretty cool. I've also got a drink too. I got some water and coffee today. We'll have some stuff to show for that. Amazing cone. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the ice cream cones. Nope. There's my head. I can see you now. How you guys doing today? Cherry Gatorade. I like the white Gatorade. The white cherry one. That's my favorite one. Now you can see. I'll zoom out a little bit. I'm sure Pumpkin will have some comments about how much to zoom in on this screen. You have a single snack to back that up. Thank you for the Deus Ex Rats. Hey, we're actually playing that game today. You need to see the jiggle. Let's see how well we can pull it off. I gotta do a little stretch here. I don't think it's. Let's see. This is about the best I can do. It doesn't do the bounce as well. It might be my camera settings, but this is about as good as you're gonna get today. Yeah, I have a drinky. Here, I'm gonna drink some coffee now. Yummy. You feel scammed? That's fine. You'll learn to love it. Yeah, I like the regenerating coffee. Now me and Pumpkin and Mame all match now. We've got matching models, and we got drinks. We all got beverages. Can you believe that? What's it feel like? It feels new. I'm not used to it. Yeah, Lenora and Love are next. Yeah, I've seen. Oh, thank you for the follow. I've seen the previews. I'm a goth babby now. Yeah, I got teeth. Got some fangs in these teeth here. I like how they look. Oh yeah, the nun habit. Yeah, we got some toggles to get through too. We'll show a little bit more, zoom out so you can see a bit more of the model, top to bottom. Vision is augmented TTV. We got little, look around, I'll give you a little bit of leg movement here. It's very cool, it's got that. We're very tall still. I don't think we're not as tall as the last model, but we're still pretty tall. I think the Nessa is the tallest of the group. We'll keep it around here so you can see most of the body for this beginning stream. I like all the crows in unison jumping. The Nessa is a freak of nature. But I like this model because it's like the last model, it's expressive too. Going from like the Vroid to the 2D was like a big leap in expressiveness. Look at that explosion. The crows are getting blown away. Can you believe that? Thank you for the follow. Also, thank you for those bits as well. I have the blush on? Did I? Oh, I did. I didn't realize I had the blush on. Thank you, Lenora. Bombs cost 10. You only have 4 gold. Yeah, the blush is very, very subtle. This is with blush, without blush. With blush, without blush. Yeah, it's really, really, really hard to notice. But it's there. But this is the default. We got some cool little toggles as well. Whenever we're video gaming, I got a controller. I'm predominantly a keyboard and mouse player, but there is no keyboard and mouse toggle, so controller is the best we can do for this one. Hee. We got that. We got the little praying here with a necklace, which I think is cute. We got knife. This is for when I feel like doing an attack. Man, I just trying to play Deus Ex on a pad. Yeah, I have. I played the PS2 port of Deus Ex, which is, PS2 controller. It actually works weirdly well. It's not preferable to a PC, but they made it work with that. Copying Pumpkin. Yeah, I'm just copying Pumpkin. Get in line. The line's on the, see all the crows at the bottom? That's the line there. The line to get, I guess, get stabbed. Is that what you want? Get stabbed. We got some angry expressions. This is the one that Pumpkin likes to call this one. I already forgot what she calls it. It says arrogant, but she calls it like yeah, I forgot. Confident. That's it. Now I'm confident. Get in the line. This one's called Smug. Sad. Just so sad. With the crying face. Worried, yeah. Bloody. Get in line so you can donate some blood to me. And there's blush, which, oh, there it is. That's blush on, blush off. Very subtle. We got some hair toggles too, which is cool. We got, this one's a, doesn't go with any particular costume, but this one's ponytail. We have a ponytail hairstyle here. Oh, thank you, Gurren. Only show ponytail. That's all I'm allowed to show of this one. So we have the ponytail hair, and then we have the veil, which, what was it? Lenora's calling it something else. Go to the veil. Here we are. This is like what the previous model had a veil. We got one here too. Yes, the habit. That's it. Show the bob. We'll get to the bob later. That one's mostly for a specific costume. We got some eye toggles here. This is what Pumpkin calls the scary eyes. I think it looks cool. Got the scary. We got the heart. This is shadow, scary shadow. And This is Giga Mascara. That's what I'm gonna call it. So we already got mascara, but we can go super crazy with it. The Menhera toggle. I like that name. Okay, so that's it for the default. So we'll go back. Let's go back to our standard. Think for the more bips. Yeah, I like the mascara look. It's cool. All right. So we'll just go in the order. I'm gonna go in the order how we're gonna play today. MeenaCrowe eyes are the best. All right. Since what BRB screen? Oh yes, yes, I know what you mean. Hold on. We gotta do some adjusting here. Hold on. The new BRB screen. I told you there's gonna be a lot of new stuff today. New BRB screen, new starting screen, new background musics. It's also a new model. There's that too. Alright, get ready for this one. Make sure I got this right. Here we are. Hehe. Okay. Since Riot was asking for the bob, we'll just get to that sooner than later. Oh, sorry, we gotta go through. We gotta go through this ordeal again. Okay, here's Nurse. Oh, sorry, I won't tease you anymore. Hehe. This one's Nurse. The bob is the proprietary hair for this design. Though it does also go for classic and some of the other designs too, but it's designed for this one. This one's Nurse. I hope you enjoy Nurse. We got toggles to get through on this one too. But they're mostly the same. Oh, one of the things I didn't show actually works for the classic too. We can do no cones. It's just not the same without the cones, but it is an option. Alright, you guys need to calm down a little bit. Getting a little too out of control here. There's also there's one new redeem today too. I'm sure Augmented's gonna love it. We got the random Scream redeem, which I will be activating once we get through this whole debut opening. When I get to the game, I'll turn those on. Yeah, I like the bob. It's a good new hairstyle. We got some other hairstyles we're gonna show in a bit too as well. But I'll show the rest of this costume. This one's got the thigh highs. We got the shoes. The miniature. It's not really a miniature skirt. I guess it's kind of mini skirt. I don't know what you call that. It is. It's just a coffee. I made an iced coffee with some brown sugar. Brown sugar and 2% milk. Thank you. We can go through the other toggles here too. Angry. I think, yeah, ponytail works with this one too. But you want to see the bob for this one. Oh! This one's unique. The syringe. I'm gonna go get brown sugar milk tea. Yeah, I like bubble tea, boba tea with like brown sugar. That's really good. I like just like the regular, like the standard like milk tea, but with like a little bit of brown sugar sweetener. That's really good. Or brown sugar boba. Whose blood is that? That's a good question. Guess you gotta get in line for that one. Get a coffee with you. Ear warmers. I don't see any ear warmers. Not sure what you're talking about. Don't forget to talk about the creation of the costumes for the alt costumes later. Manage your laptop. Hey, you're giving me too many things to do. Oh. Extra Hallie screams. Thank you, Gareth. Can Mascara work on Nurse? Yes, we can. Take a look at this. There you go. You got Mascara and Shadow together. It's very cool. You're gonna have to remind me later. Whatever it was you asked me to talk about, I already forgot. Something about the creation. Just remind me when we get there. So I hope you enjoy Nurse. Let's get to the next one. It's gonna be a long opening. Alright, it's back to BRB. You want Holy? That might be fitting for this next one. Alright. Costume number 3. Get ready for this one. This is known as... This is the Elegant Meena design. I hope you like this one too. This is the Holy design, as Pumpkin Synth was describing it. This is the most elegant and kind of nun kind of looking design. This one's very nice. Yeah, the hair decorations look really, really nice. I like them. More like nun holy. I think this is the most what's the word I want to use? It's the most I guess less what word am I trying to find? The most formal outfit. That's a good word. Yeah. It's got the little dress. So, yeah, it's got a little bit of provocativeness to it, but I would say other than that, it's a little more formal and professional looking. Yeah, it's a little bit of thigh for you. Outfit says holy, body says sin. You reserved. Yeah, I think that's the word I was looking for, is reserved. Zoom in more. To get more attention to detail. I think the fishnets are very cool. Like the head accessory. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about this is like the hair of like the accessories. It's very like flashy up here at the top. They're not ready for the new costume door yet. Yeah, number 4. That's like my favorite one. We can go through the toggles on this one too. I also got beverage. We're gonna have a beverage on all of them. Yes, there's one more. So let's do the veil of this one. This one has a unique veil for it, which I think is very cool on this one. Wish I didn't spoil stuff for Kubra. Yeah, how dare you? Doing the 2 week ahead spoilerinos. Can go through the eye toggles on this one. Heart eyes. Scary shadow. And mascara. Mascara and shadow, I think always looks really cool together. If pumpkins ruin everything for you, it's all over now. Yeah, it feels like it really classy looking. I like it. Yeah, this is a pretty scary look here. This is for the people to get in line. Alright. So I think that's all the things to show of this one. Alright. Let's move on. We got one more. One more to show. This one's going to be fitting for the game today as well. So here's I got the latte out on all these by default. All right. Cowboy Meena. Alright, get ready for this one. Got a little bit of teaser for this one. Something looks a little different here. Yeah, what's this like red color? What's going on here? A little cyber goth. Not too far off. Check out this one. This one's cyberpunk outfit. We're playing a cyberpunk game today, so we got a cyberpunk design. It's also a new, you want to see that new Ghost in the Shell announcement recently, where it's like based on like the manga design. It's pretty cool. It's actually a different hairstyle on this one. It's a different type of bob. Let's pray. Good call. Let's pray to the cyber gods. Yeah, this one was very like cyberpunk, Ghost in the Shell kind of inspired, which we'll get to that whenever we go through the slides. We'll show all of this one. This one's pretty unique. Looks so confident, yes. It's a cool like jacket, kind of like cyber bodysuit kind of thing going on. It's very cool. This is my favorite of all the new costumes. Perfect for Deus Ex, exactly. Yeah, this is the censored one too. There's one that's a little more it's a little more provocative. It's a bit more like, I would say like kind of in style of like kind of like the manga, kind of like Ghost in the Shell kind of outfit. It's a little more lower half the body is exposed basically. Yeah, it'll be on Twitter. You'll get to see a uncensored version of it. Can't believe I'm Citadel now. You gotta go to Twitch for the sorry, yeah. You gotta go for Twitter for the more Citadel version of this design. It's the family-friendly variant, as they call it. I'll show them the ponytail. Yeah, this also has the ponytail. Here also works pretty cool for that one. The ponytail works with like all the costumes. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this one works with ponytail. So the hairs are basically proprietary except for ponytail, and then the classic has a bob as well. Thank you for the follow. Church of Bread and Lich Mob. Let's see if there's anything else unique to this one. Do the horn removes too for this one. Whoops. So there's a little delay on that. Different eyes, shadow, mascara, knife. I should have like a Actually, be cool if I had like a unique like knife for this one. I have a cyberpunk Deus Ex knife, which is basically just I think the knife in Deus Ex is just literally like a K-bar or something like that. Let's see. Going back to this one. Here we go. You can get a gun for me on this costume. Yeah, that'd be cool too. Very MeenaCrowe. Thank you. Alright. I think we can move on to the slides. Let me get back to the classic mode. Give me 1 second. Okay. We are Classico. Let's go to, I think it's over on this one. Okay, something's not working. 1 second. There we go. Oh god, I think it's gonna go through all of them again. Need to move this up over here, some out of the way. Need to do a refresh. Give me 1 second. Let's refresh this. Okay. Okay, so we got a little slideshow here. Thank you, Pumpkin Synth, for the slide management and it's helping me out getting this all set up. I see, yes, there's a poll going on right now for the favorite costume. So go ahead and vote there. Let's see what everyone's favorite is. This is my introduction. I'll just kind of go through this. Hello, I am MeenaCrowe. I am an Ink Demon Nun who likes retro games and currently working on an original FPS video game project, yet to be titled. Studied some audio engineering in the past, worked on Firearm Source. Yes, that's all true. I do have a game project in the work. I've been working on for about basically like 2 years, I want to say. I mostly just started like learning. The first year of like the project was basically just kind of like developmental study, just learning game design stuff, basically. Not necessarily game design, but game development stuff. I started taking it a little more seriously, I'd say, after like a year of working on it. So that's kind of like a long-term goal for me, is like I want to actually finish like a game, like an indie game shooter project. I've been working on it for about 2 years, and I've posted some stuff on Twitter here and there on the project off and on. It's coming along pretty nicely. It's a very slow, arduous, difficult thing, a lot of studying and just trial and erroring things I like, things that I don't like about game development, basically, but I do intend to release something at some point. That's basically the rundown of that. If you're interested in the game stuff, check out my Twitter. So I should go on the media tab, and anything that looks like video game, like screenshot type of stuff, that's probably coming from my game project. See, lore-wise, I'm more of a concept than anything complex. Yeah, I would say that's true, Pumpkin Synth. I am a demon nun that is normally nice, but sometimes not nice. I like birds, so we got the little crows, which I don't have the crows up on this screen. But the little crow things are my familiars. I live in the demon world. I visit Halloween City, which I think is our like dollhouse, like spooky city that we hang out in. There's see me not nice. It's a rare occasion when I'm not nice. The dollhouse verse. Yeah, I stream mostly retro FPS. I branch out of that. I usually play like... I'm mostly playing retro FPS, so I do play some RPGs, strategy games, turn-based games sometimes. But mostly retro FPS, and I tend to be kind of like analytical, or like I play games sometimes for like research purposes, where I intentionally play games that maybe are like outside my comfort zone, or play games that are considered bad, basically, to see like what's wrong with these games. Let's play them and check them out. So I usually do some kind of analytical stuff on games, basically, or just sometimes for fun. Like to figure out like what do I like about a game, what I don't like, what can you kind of take away from the game. Even if it's like a bad game, is there anything like good about it, or things that you could potentially like like if this game is bad, what good things can you take out of it to potentially like repurpose, or if you remade this game, how would you repurpose it in a way that would like work better? Investigating the slop. And also like mods. I have a background in mods as well, like in the top of the bio. Worked on Firearm Source, so my background does come from a little bit of like game modding, mostly like Doom and Gold Source engine modding type stuff. Just gonna keep this latte out here, because I am beveraging right now. I like latex, guns, sci-fi, and horror. It should be pretty apparent. So my favorite IPs are Doom, Quake, Deus Ex, Thief, Diablo, Stalker, 140k, Unreal Gold. I like this little like kind of extra addendum. I'm not sure how you say that. Like the little like supplemental text at the bottom. Also Half-Life and System Shock series. Those are like some of my two biggest ones right there. Like you put those in at the last. Alright. Next page. I'm a little bit in the way of the text here. It's a little bit hard. Let me pull this up a bit. It's hard for me to read these. Guns are badass. Yeah, I like guns. Alright, so here's the design. This is the core design here. This is the base Meena design here on the left. We have you can see actually at the bottom, kind of like bottom right, the little nun design there. That's like one of the original like yeah, it's like prototype Meena. It's like an OG like old design before we were like into the whole like VTuber design type of thing. The original Meena had a veil instead of like the horns. The horns originally like a compromise, basically, where we could not get a veil for the like the initial design because of like Vroid limitations. And so we went with the horn. The Pumpkin designed Meena, both the old and the new design. Pumpkin comment. Yeah, this should be more of a Pumpkin commentary. She knows things about the design better than me. But at the top right, like the kind of horns thing, I think she was kind of inspired by like some like BDSM kind of design for the horns type of thing. There is like, it is like derivative of that. It is a bit different. It's like that, and it also to the right, like top right, is I think it's called henna. I think it's like a medieval type of like fashion. And yes, the final design. This is the Iga Happiness design. Like she took a little bit of liberties with the previous Meena designs. In the bottom middle as well, like the bodysuit one. That was a redesign because we have like an old, like the first Vroid design for Meena we had. It's not pictured in here, but we had like a newer like bodysuit design, and that's what that initial concept of that is, to like the kind of bottom middle with the bodysuit. That's a pumpkin design there. So whenever we went from the first Vroid model to the second Vroid model, it had that new like bodysuit design. The original Meena Vroid, she had like a dress kind of design. So this current Iga model is it's kind of like an Iga design that's derivative from the bodysuit design that Pumpkin came up with. Yes, Pumpkin inspired the ink powers, but the color palette wasn't. And so I don't know if Jumenso's here, but Jumenso always likes to call me like color palette mommy, and it's because of coincidentally the color palettes Meena and Ink are like the same. Basically, that's coincidental. Juminso's character was directly inspired by the Ink like color palette and the character. But for me, it's like no, just the kind of like the inky drip drop kind of thing is inspired by that character. Purple woman. This love likes to use the terminology of a color and then the person after. He calls pumpkin orange woman. I am purple woman. All right, going through some more. This is basically a grid sheet of video games that I like. Basically, there's no commentary on this, so I'll just kind of run through this. This is a lot. It's a lot to get through here. The Keto table. This is like, these are all games that I really like, and some of these are inspiration type games. Some of these are just games that I just have like played on stream that I ended up like really vibing with. Where's Blood? Is Blood on this list? Oh, I think I put one build engine game. I was trying to like sort of not make this be too big, basically. Yeah, there's one build engine game on here, and that's actually Shadow Warrior. Of all the build engine games, I actually like Shadow Warrior the most over all the I don't know. Blood, I aesthetically like the most, but I think Shadow Warrior is my favorite, like just gameplay-wise, basically. Even though I vibe with Blood a bit more in terms of aesthetic, I just have a lot more fun with Shadow Warrior. They're pretty close, though. What's the Bullet and Flame one? Oh, that is, where's it at? Oh yeah, next to Max Payne. That's actually Firearm Source. I put that in there because that's kind of a... It was a project I worked on. I actually really liked working on that project and playing it. It was a multiplayer FPS competitive shooter from like 2010 Source Engine mod. I worked on it way back in the day, and I really enjoyed working on it, enjoyed playing it. I wish it was still alive. I wish the project didn't fall through. We released an alpha build of the game. It was kind of like playing... It's similar to something like Battlefield, or like somewhere between like Battlefield and like, I don't want to say Call of Duty. It's more like Battlefield than Call of Duty. But it's like you know, team-based, kind of class-based, though the classes in that are more based around like you kind of create your own class and loadouts, basically, instead of having like preset classes. And it's like territory control type of gameplay. And kill enemies until the enemy team runs out of reinforcements. We call it reinforcements. Battlefield calls it tickets. We call it reinforcements. And it's basically a sequel to... There's an original Firearms mod for Half-Life 1 that was back from like 1999 or 2000. It actually predates Battlefield. And one of the original creators of Firearms, he got hired at DICE and later worked on Battlefield 1942. So I don't think it's a coincidence that the ticket system from Battlefield also has the reinforcement system from Firearms, considering that one of the creators of Firearms might have been even the main guy that created Firearms. Also had like the same like reinforcement ticket system, basically, and parachutes. There's also parachutes in Battlefield. Firearms also had parachutes. I feel like it's a little more than a coincidence at that point. Blue Stinger, yeah, I have nostalgia for Blue Stinger. It's kind of a bad game, but it's really funny. It's really fun, kind of goofy, fun game. Let's see the ticket system guy. I think it originated from Firearms. I think that's where the tickets came from in Battlefield. Doom, I play a lot of Doom mods. I love the original Doom, Doom 2. Hell, even like Doom 3. But Doom 1 is one of the games that, I guess like Doom 1 and 2 combined, one of the games I probably have like the most amount of hours of my life spent playing, basically. There is tons and tons and tons and tons of Doom WODs, mods, whatever you want to call it, map sets, mega WODs. There's so much content for Doom you can play. Lots of total conversions that change the game significantly. Some of them are just like map sets. Some of them are like partial conversions where they'll change like gameplay things. Some of them are just strictly, just unique levels basically. But yeah, I've played, I feel like thousands of hours of Doom in my life. I'm just very familiar with it, and I just really like Doom. It's a very solid, good game. There's a reason why Doom is basically the kind of like go-to like reference when it comes to like, a lot of shooters that came after. Like a lot of them are taking elements from Doom. It's such a like good foundation of a game. The whole like entire first-person shooter genre. It's like even to this day you can go back to Doom, you can play it, and there's like lessons that you can take from like the design of Doom that I feel like games will to this day like completely miss out on that Doom did very well. Half-Life, similar boat. Half-Life's another nostalgia game. I think Half-Life was probably one of my most influential games like growing up. That was like the game that like when it came out, I was probably like, I don't know, I was like 6, 7 years old. I'd played other games and I really liked a lot of games I played, but when I saw Half-Life was like the game that like I just got hooked to it. Like it like just kind of blew me away when I played it. And I probably spent growing up more time playing Half-Life and Half-Life mods in my childhood. Like I want to also like retroactively change a thing, or I guess clarify a thing. I probably spent the most amount of time in my life playing like Doom and Doom mods, but Half-Life was like my childhood basically. Half-Life and its mod scene, especially in the early 2000s, was huge and booming, and it was like this. It was this kind of like ground where just like there's all this like cool like innovative games and like ideas just kind of like popping out of its mod scene back in the early 2000s. Like that's where basically like Team Fortress Classic, Counter-Strike, like I was talking about earlier, like Firearms kind of like later derived into like Battlefield. There's just a ton of really cool Half-Life 1 mods where a lot of different people, different teams were like coming up with all these different like multiplayer mods with different types of gameplay. There's single player mods, total conversions, kind of like in Doom, like map sets, stuff like that. But I just spent a lot of time playing Half-Life 1, all of its different mods, and it was just so cool to me. Like as a kid, like having one game and just being able to like go to like a website like ModDB or Planet Half-Life and just like download all these different mods for Half-Life that would then change the gameplay with like different types of gameplay, new weapons, enemies, and stuff like that. And like it was basically like you would get like new games with like one game basically. It's like so many games in one. I feel like that's why like now you see a lot of kids that they're really into like Gary's mod, Roblox, Minecraft, stuff like that. I feel like part of that appeal is like it's that community content kind of element, and it's like Half-Life was kind of that for me, where I'm thinking like if I was a kid again and I had like Roblox, I see the appeal where it's like you download Roblox and it's like, oh, there's like a Battlefield Roblox, or there's like a stupid like Dragon Ball Z like fighter Roblox or whatever. It's like that. Like Half-Life was like that for me basically. I know for other people, like, yeah, it was like Gary's mod, like Warcraft 3. Like, I don't know, when you're playing a game, especially as a kid, when you have to like beg your parents to like get a new game, having like one game be like a sort of hub for like a bunch of different games to play, I feel like when you're a kid, that's like a really cool like thing, because you don't have to like go around and like buy and like beg for all these like different games basically. Roblox is a blue archive third-person shooter. That doesn't surprise me at all. I should have put StarCraft on this list too, because StarCraft is another one of those games for me too that had a lot of custom content as well. Actually, not sure why I didn't think of StarCraft on this list, but that's another one that should have been on here. I also grew up with StarCraft. Same with, like, not really playing the base StarCraft, but more so the custom maps online, like all the stupid, like, you know, like the Simpsons RPG and, like, you know, The Thing, which is basically like Among Us before that was a thing. There was one called The Thing, you know, based on the Thing movie, where one random person would be like the Thing, and then you had to like do objectives on the map and figure out who the Thing is, basically. StarCraft 1 also has a really good campaign, good story as well. I like StarCraft 1. Good music. The StarCraft 1 soundtrack's fantastic as well. System Shock 2. It's Iga Happiness. My VTube mommy's here. Thank you, Iga. I love the bottle. Thank you so much. It's Iga-san. Please shout out. Say, how do you say it? Is it arigato? Arigato? Arigato, Igo-san. I hope I said that right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Iga. MeenaCrowe likes lots of Raven Software games. It is true. Raven Software... How many do I have on here? So I got Soldier of Fortune on here. I don't think I have Hexen or Heretic on here. I think it says Soldier of Fortune it's on here. So I really thought there was more Raven Software's on here. Raven Software, I like Raven Software games. I feel like Ravensoft is one of those game companies that's like... I like a lot of their games, but there's usually like a caveat with a lot of them where they're good, but they're usually like kind of rough in ways. And they're also like, I don't know, Raven is kind of like... I pair them kind of similar to Monolith, where they have like hits and misses, where they make a good game and then they kind of make a mediocre game, and they make a good game and they kind of make a mediocre game, basically. Tribes and TFC. I don't have much experience with Tribes, other than like I played the demo to I think Tribes 2 when I was a kid, but I never really played it. TFC, I kind of lumped that into Half-Life, because to me TFC was like a Half-Life mod, basically. I did play a lot of TFC. I remember playing TFC. Man, TFC had servers where, like, I remember me and my friend actually ran a server at one point where it's just kind of like a chill zone server where we use it as like a virtual chat room, basically, where we had like Entmod, where you could like basically copy entities in the world, and we would like build like houses and stuff, and just kind of we would make environments, and then like just chill and just kind of talk to people, basically. So it was like we used Team Fortress Classic as like a virtual chat room as well. That's another one of those things, like I was talking about, like, you know, my growing up of Half-Life and all the mods and stuff that I played. It's like that was another one of the things that like that like I got out of like Half-Life, basically. It was like, it wasn't an RP server, it was like a chill server, just hang out. It's kind of going in VR chat and just talking to people, basically. Yeah, just the internet space. Just use Team Fortress as a virtual chat room, basically. Just to, like, build houses, or, you know, just kind of screw around, basically. There was like we had like a radio in there too, where you could like play like an internet like radio station on there, and just like listen to music and talk. I'll get through more of these games. I'm not going to dwell too much on all these games, but just talk about maybe some of the more like influential big ones. System Shock 2, that's another huge influential game. Nah, do it. You want me to sit on all these games? Okay. System Shock 2. System Shock 2 to me is like, that is another one of those like the like probably like top 3, top 5 kind of games for me as well. System Shock 2 is, to me, it's like probably my favorite like horror game, at least in terms of its like just like I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's my favorite horror vibe game. Definitely my favorite sci-fi horror. I love the sound design in System Shock 2. Great soundtrack. I think it has really good, like, storytelling through, like, the audio log type of thing. Like, a lot of games, like, I play that have that derivative kind of like Bioshock. I say derivative of Bioshock, even though, like, it you know, pinpoints back to System Shock 1. System Shock 2 to me is, like, I feel like the peak of, like, the audio log type of design, where I feel like you get, like, a good, like, foretelling of, like, the story through, like... So thank you, Ega-san, for the follow. What was I gonna say? The kind of, like, audio log storytelling where, like, when you listen to all the audio logs, you get, like, a full, like, kind of picture of the story, basically. And you're heavily encouraged to listen to them because you get a lot of details through the gameplay as well, where if you don't listen to audio logs... Thank you, Moshi, for the follow. You know, gameplay-related details where, you know, stuff like opening certain doors or, like, you know, finding where certain items are located and stuff like that. Like you're heavily encouraged to actually, like, listen to the logs, or at least read them, to know what you're supposed to do and where to go in the game through that. So I feel like it's one of the best examples of, like, I feel like blending of, like, storytelling and, like, gameplay together. Even though it's, like, since then it's been done to death with audio logs, but I feel like a lot of audio logs in games are, like, one, they're not super interesting, or they're not directed super well. Even though, like, in System Shock 2, it's probably just, you know, mostly the development team are just doing the audio logs themselves, like, recording them themselves. I feel like it's a really good case of, like, giving you the storytelling through the logs and integrating it into the gameplay at the same time, too. Because a lot of games, it's like, you could just take the audio logs out, and you could just play through the game as if they weren't there, basically. Yeah, I like audio logs and game file, like, if they're done well, basically. Like, in comparison to, like, I also have it on the list here, like, Doom 3. It's like Doom 3 has audio logs, but I feel like they are not as interesting or used in a way that is as integral to the gameplay in Doom 3. They're kind of just flopped in there, I feel like. Thank you, Lobotomy. How are you doing? Thank you for coming. I've gone through all my copy. Marathon without the logs is just space shooting game. Yeah. Marathon's an interesting one. I need to revisit Marathon, but I still have nightmares about that one level from the game. I have a water. I'm fine. Thank you. Wasn't saying about System Shock 2 though. Yeah, I feel like it's one of the best, like, case examples of, like, yeah, just, like, gameplay and storytelling kind of, like, working in unison together rather than being like two separate kind of elements. A lot of games now, like, a pet peeve I have in games is, like, sort of like cinematic kind of storytelling that, like, most games go for, where it's like the storytelling in the game is not found out by the player, it just kind of happens, and you kind of just watch it happen, and it takes a lot of, like, you know, time in the game where it's stuff like, okay, you gotta walk from point A to point B, and you, like, you know, watch, like, a thing happen as you're walking, or a character is directly telling things to you in the gameplay, which, yeah, I understand is, like, a way that they want to try to, like, mesh the gameplay and storytelling in a way where it's like you're not just watching, like, a cutscene or whatever, but a lot of times it's like you're kind of just pressing forward on on your keyboard while you're, like, letting characters, like, talk, basically, like the kind of, like, Rockstar type of, like, storytelling in games. I don't know. That's kind of how, like, most modern games do the, like, blending of storytelling and gameplay, and to me it's just not super, like, interesting. Yeah, Half-Life 2, yeah, you kind of, like, Half-Life 2, my pet peeve in that game is, like, the storytelling is standing in a room while a bunch of characters are talking and walking around and doing things while you're just kind of awkwardly there, basically. I think it was cool for the time in Half-Life 2, but it's a thing to me that, like, detracts from, like, replaying. I always get, I don't know, replays of Half-Life 2, it's like I've seen these happen, like, these basically in-game cutscenes happen so much, and I do acknowledge that they probably were very difficult to script and get those to function as well as they do in Half-Life 2, but it's also been done to death since then, too, to where I think the novelty has kind of, like, burned out for me at this point. But System Shock 2, the cool thing is that once you've experienced the story through the audio logs, you can replay the game and you don't have to listen to a single one because you know where to go and what to do, and you can play the game as fast as you want all the way through, basically. But when you first play the game, it's pretty integral, or pretty, like, you know, important that you do experience those audio logs in order to both get the story and also know what the hell you're doing in the game. Also, again, sound design's really good in System Shock 2. The sound design, the audio logs themselves is good. Like in in System Shock 2, when you listen to an audio log, there's like sound design in it, in the sense of like you can hear like the room that the person is in. You hear like the droning of like the machines in the background, or, you know, whatever's like happening at the time they're recording it. You know, it's like, you know, it has like the kind of filter of like, it sounds like, you know, in a like a recording like software that's like, or, you know, using a sound recorder, it's like maybe a, like cheaper or like kind of low quality or something like that. You get to like Doom 3 in comparison. I want to compare this directly to Doom 3. You listen to audio logs of Doom 3, it just sounds like a guy in a professional recording booth just talking to a microphone. There's no like, you don't hear any of that like background like droning, like background noise of like, you know, what's happening in the room at the time they're recording, stuff like that. It's just like guy talking into microphone, basically. And it's like that little extra touch that like System Shock 2 does on the audio logs, I feel like just really adds a lot to it. But yeah, good sound design, System Shock 2. The game's spooky, has scary sound design, great music. The monsters have cool voice lines, are creepy. They seek you out. The enemies feel dynamic to deal with. The game's RPG, has good replay value. I love the resource management. It feels very survival horror. Weapon breaking. I actually like the weapon durability of System Shock 2. It adds that level of like tension to the game too. You have to worry about resource management with your ammo, but you also gotta make sure your guns are not breaking. You can spec into builds if you want to minimize weapon breaking. You can spec into it as well. Yeah, Doom 3 Hell's really cool. It's unfortunate it's so short. It's like a little like pocket in the game where it's like the game, like Doom 3 gets like really cool for like 30 minutes basically, and then like you don't go to hell again until like the very end of the game basically. But I like the vibe of Doom 3. I just feel like there's this like middling stretch of Doom 3 in kind of like the first middle half of the game that like I feel like it gets a little monotonous, I feel like. But I like Doom 3's opening, and I like the middle and then second half of Doom 3 as well. I like basically when you kind of get to Delta Labs onward Doom 3, I really like that like half the game a lot. So I feel like when you return from hell in Doom 3, I feel like the base is a lot like cooler, where it's more to become like super like hell infested and stuff like that. It's super spooky. And again, like I like the opening like bit of Doom 3 as well. I think the sound design in Doom 3, for the general sense of like being in like the facility, is actually really good and pretty spooky. There's that thing where it's like, you know, the initial like invasion happens, and it's like the first 2 or 3 levels in Doom 3, there's like so much like audio like chaos going on in the game, where it's like there's a lot of like fighting and people running around and shooting and just like crazy shit happening basically for the first few levels. And then it's like you get to like level 3 or 4, and it's like there's still a little bit going on, like there's a few people left alive, but you hear like a lot less like commotion kind of happening. And then it's like level 5 and 6, it's kind of like, it's like silent. Like it's just kind of like you only hear like ambience from that point on basically. I always like that kind of attention to detail in Doom 3. Hey Machi, how you doing? Favorite parts of Doom 3 is when you see the corpse get dragged to the ceiling. I don't specifically remember that part, but I feel like there's a lot of corpses that get dragged in that game. Yeah, I love the lighting in Doom 3. I like the original Doom 3, like, I refuse to play a BFG edition. Whenever I boot up the BFG edition of Doom 3, and I found out that it's a shoulder-mounted flashlight, and there's not even like an option to switch it back to the original flashlight mode, I immediately just close the game and I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna go mod original Doom 3 to make it run as well on modern PCs as possible. I'm not messing with the BFG edition. Yeah, the BFG edition and the original Doom 3, they're both still on 3. There's like other weird changes in the BFG edition I don't like. It's kind of like it's almost like the Silent Hill HD collection tier changes in the game that I just don't like. Makes me really angry. I don't like it. It's ruined. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Doom 3's lighting is really good. I love the like hard stencil shadow look of Doom 3. Stalker's another one of my top games. Stalker is like the peak, like this is like Slavic shooter jank game basically, but it's like it hits all the right notes for me. Stalker is another one of those games that has great sound design, good atmosphere, interesting gameplay clash where it's kind of a mix of like shooter, almost like tactical shooter kind of feel, but it's like survival horror-ish at the same time too. It's both the original. I like the Shadow of Chernobyl, the original release of the game. I think that has the best like vibe overall. The game, even though like a lot of people like Call of Pripyat more, I feel like I would acknowledge that Call of Pripyat might be technically a more polished, maybe better experience than Shadow of Chernobyl. I just like the original one the most because it's just that right balance of like atmosphere and like jank basically. Best depressing Eastern European hellhole simulator game. Do I stream game dev? Not really. I've shown a little bit of game dev stuff like in the past, but I mostly work off stream whenever I do. Mainly just for like I work best like in just like complete isolation basically. I'm very much a like ADHD. I need to be like in like no distraction mode to like get work done basically. Yeah, I'm like I have to be in like the ADHD like laser focus mode. But yeah, Stalker I like a lot. OG Shadow of Chernobyl has the best music, atmosphere. I like the pace of the original game too, and the story out of all of them as well. There's just something about that original game that just it feels like super like moody that like none of the other Stalker games quite hit for me. But it also has like the best like bad English dub voice acting too, as well. Like the expansions have some pretty bad dubs as well, but it's not quite. I don't know. I feel like it's a mixture of like good and bad in the original Shadow of Chernobyl, whereas like I feel like the expansions, like at least Call of Pripyat, the dubs are just straight up like bad in like Call of Pripyat. Whereas in Shadow of Chernobyl, I feel like the dubs are like it's more of like kind of mixed, but like the good dub is like actually pretty good, and then there's a few like bad dub in it, but they're really really funny too. Fallout. I like Fallout 1. That's my favorite. Of all the Fallout games in the series, I like Fallout 1. I've only played I've played like 2 minutes of New Vegas. And I played like 20 hours of Fallout 3. Fallout 3 really failed to hook me. In New Vegas, I just haven't given enough of a shot, really. I hear New Vegas is really good, though. But I vibe the most with Fallout 1. I like the turn-based RPG element. I like the vibe of Fallout 1. It's another one of those games. Kind of like Stalker. It has that like moodiness to it that like really like draws me in with its atmosphere and kind of world. I've only beaten Fallout 1 once, but I've played like a significant amount of the game, like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, I recommend Tim Kane YouTube channel if you're interested in like game dev stuff. He doesn't talk so much about the nitty gritty of game development, but he kind of talks more. He gets into kind of broad picture of game development and management and stuff like that type of thing. A lot of topics. He gets into very interesting and like good advice kind of topics. He has kind of like a mentor kind of vibe to him, and a lot of like behind the scenes of like stuff that happened during like game development of like Fallout 1. Some other games he worked on too, like Vampire the Masquerade. I think WildStar was like the MMO that he worked on too. There's a bunch of other games he worked on, but he's like a very good advice channel. I would advise checking out Tim Kane if you're interested in like getting into like game development and like especially like he gets into too, like if you're actually trying to get into the game industry too, which that's not my goal. I don't want to really get into the game industry, but he has a lot of advice for people that are trying to get into the industry too. But he was the director of Fallout 1, and I think he only directed Fallout 1. The rest of the games he didn't really have that much involvement in. He worked on 2 a little bit, but he left Interplay like really early on. But Fallout 1 was the one that he directed, and I feel like that's my favorite one. I feel like Fallout 1 is like the right balance of like it's like it's moody, it's like it's a mixture of like the world's dark, but it has this kind of like dark edge like kind of comedy to it too, where it feels pretty subtle in Fallout 1. Like it doesn't get like into the more like kind of like goofy like pop culture references and stuff that kind of the later games get more into. Fallout 1's just really good. Very good like turn-based RPG. Gives you a lot of options of play styles, different methods of how you want to like approach quests and stuff like that. Has like a time pressure. The game's kind of spooky at first because you got like a timer kind of pressuring you, but it's not as like it's not as difficult as you would think. It just kind of like stresses you out a bit. Puts a little fire under you basically. Very cool game. I like Fallout 1 a lot. Quake 1's another one of my favorite FPSs. Quake 1 really grew on me over the years as well. It's funny because I played the Quake games in reverse order. The first Quake I played was 3, and then I played 2, and then I played 1, like in that order. I actually think I played Quake 4 before 1. I didn't play Quake 1 until I was like 17, even though like I'd always like heard of Quake growing up. It just for some reason never got in my hands basically until I kind of retrospectively went back to it when I was like 17 years old. And when I first played Quake 1, I was very caught off guard at like how good Quake 1 was, because I kind of expected like I was like, oh, it'd be like Quake 2, but maybe like, you know, more like, you know, rudimentary or something, like less polished Quake 2 or something. And it's like, oh no, it's just like it's like a different game than Quake 2. Quake 2 and Quake 1 are like 2 completely different beasts, basically, and they are completely different in like tone, like the weapons, the movement, enemies, and stuff like that. Like everything in Quake 1 and 2 is just like it's like 2 different, like there should have been 2 different game series, really. And I like Quake 1 way more than 2 and 3, like going back to it. I still like both Quake 2 and Quake 3 as well, but to me, they don't hit quite like Quake 1 does. Hey, Jamitsa, how's it going? We are here with the new model. So expecting you to say color palette, mommy. I mentioned that that's something that you say. Quake 2's Awakening for me with the Iron Maiden. Yes, that's classic Paul Steed. Paul Steed modeling right there, which I actually just read. I'm actually almost done through the Paul Steed modeling book. I'm pretty much done with it, but I'm at the kind of like little like epilogue section of the book. The little the character at the bottom left that's like walking, the little loop at the bottom left, that's a Paul Steed model there as well. Rest in peace, Paul Steed. He died in like I think like 2011, 2012. But he was one of the he's one of the artists, and I think he was like the primary like modeler, like 3D artist for for the Quake games, like Quake 1 through 3. You do models for Blood Rain? I'm actually not sure. The only games I know he worked on were like he worked on the Wing Commander series and he worked on Quake 1 through 3. He got ejected from id Software before Doom 3 came out. I'm not sure what he worked on post id Software. I played Bullet Witch. I have not played Bullet Witch. I want to check out Underrail at some point because it seems like Fallout-y. Yeah, Quake 1. Basically, Quake 1 is like, I feel like for like 90s shooters, Quake is like peak movement game. It's like Quake just feels the best. Like the way that like movement, like just the responsiveness of it, like responsiveness of movement, the way like the enemies kind of behave and react to the player, and how you can basically like you can move around and like once you learn how the enemies behave in Quake, you can like it feels like that right like difficulty curve of like learning how player movement works and how enemies behavior works and being able to like minimize like how much damage you take. Like I love Doom and I like Quake 2 as well, but both Doom and Quake 2 are games where I feel like when you take damage in those games, a lot of times it feels kind of like unavoidable basically, but I feel like Quake is a game where like every time I take damage in Quake, it's one of those like it feels like I made a mistake basically. Like Quake is like the enemy design and the movement is like I don't know, it's like that kind of like arcadey design where it's like there's rarely like occasions where it's like the game just felt like, oh, it was just like asshole, you know, like game design or level design there, where they just intended you to just 100% like, oh, you're going to take damage here and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like usually in Quake, and it's not always the case, but usually in Quake, it's like when you take damage, it's almost always the player made a mistake and you can avoid that in the future, basically. Like you can beat it without getting hit, you're sick. Yeah, like that's how Quake feels to me, basically. But when I go play like Quake 2, Doom 3, it's like it feels like damage is just like unavoidable in some cases, basically, or in a lot of cases. And Quake 1's just like, it just feels so like, it's just like the most solid and like tight like 90s shooter I feel like out there. And the vibes are just really good in Quake 1. I love the Nine Inch Nails ambient soundtrack. It's got this like weird kind of like mash of like Lovecraft, sci-fi, and like kind of like I don't know, like hellish kind of like vibe to the game. It's got this like unique like otherworldly kind of like atmosphere to it. Quake 1 is just really good. I've not played Oddworld's Stranger's Rift. Is that the one that was on the Xbox? It was like the shooter one. I never played that one. I only played like, I think it was the first Oddworld game. I had like, yeah, I don't remember when I remember playing like a tiny bit of it when I was younger, but I don't really remember much of it. I think like a friend had that game. Yeah, there was a shooter Oddworld game. It's like you're like a bounty hunter or something in that one. It was on the OG Xbox. I do remember hearing about that game. Silent Hill 1. I like the Silent Hill series a lot, namely 1 through 4. Big fan. Silent Hill's one of the two like survival horror, like kind of peak original survival horror series. And it's cool how like Silent Hill is like meant to be this like kind of like, you know, Konami being like, hey guys, let's make a Resident Evil clone. And then they made like Silent Hill 1, which is like it's so different from Resident Evil that it stands out on its own, basically. It's not just like a Resident Evil clone. It's like it's its own game, you know, like series. And I love the first Silent Hill for that reason, because it feels like I don't know how to describe it, but like you ever like play a game in a series and it's like you have this first game that comes out and it's kind of like it, like you retroactively go to it and it's kind of different than everything that came after it, basically. Like Silent Hill 1's kind of that for me, where like I feel like Silent Hill 2, 3, 4 even though they're all different from each other, there's something that kind of like binds them together in a way where it feels like they're kind of following like they have these kind of rules kind of set, basically. But like to me, like Silent Hill 1, something about it just feels like unique about that PlayStation 1 Silent Hill to me. It's something about like the way it like feels and like, I don't know, it's like the vibes of Silent Hill 1. It's just like, to me, it's like, I don't know, it's just a very like, it's a mixture of like, it's a horrifying, but it's also like a cozy game to play, basically. It just, to me, it feels the best out of all the ones to play, even though like there's this horrible like input delay in Silent Hill 1 that I don't know if that's intentional to make the game feel harder or like make you feel less like a trained like special forces person like in Resident Evil. Even though like it has an input delay, something about Silent Hill 1 feels like more responsive to play than the rest of the series. The music in Silent Hill 1 is like, maybe it's not my favorite soundtrack, but it has this just weird like experimental like feel to it. Silent Hill 1 just feels like this like fucking like bizarro like experimental like haunted cursed like PlayStation 1 game that just kind of like dropped on the market, and I don't know, there's not much else there like it. I like Silent Hill 1 a lot, and I feel like it's just like the most like comfortable one for me to play in the series. And it's on the PS1, so it has that kind of like, it has that surreal, like old kind of like low fidelity graphics kind of feel to it. Whereas like the rest of the games have that kind of like more like tangible, like the graphics are better, so you can kind of understand a bit more of like what you're looking at type of thing. And again, like, yeah, the Silent Hill 1 music, it's like, it feels so like bizarre and like experimental, where it's just, it's like distorted like noise, basically, as like the soundtrack, as opposed to the more like later series going more into kind of like chill, like chill lo-fi hip-hop beats for you to study to kind of soundtracks. Even though like I love that music, which we'll actually get into music a little bit later. The Silent Hill 1 game's just more just weird, basically, and I love it for that. Firearm source, I already talked a bit about that earlier. Let's do these kind of in out of order. Diablo 1, that's another game. Diablo 1 was like one of the first games, aside Doom. I think Doom and Diablo 1 I played like kind of around the same time. So Doom and Diablo 1 kind of go hand in hand for me. I think I was like 5 years old when I played both of these games. And also for the record, the first copy of Doom I played was it's actually the PlayStation 1 version of Doom, which had a different vibe than the PC version of Doom. PlayStation Doom had an ambient like synth soundtrack done by Aubrey Hodges versus the like MIDI kind of like rock and ambient soundtrack that Bobby Prince did for the PC version. So my first experience with Doom was actually like the more ambient version of it. But I like both. I like both the PC Doom soundtrack and the PlayStation one. That was just that's a little note there. Diablo 1 was also one of my first games, and for some reason, like I love Diablo 1. And I like it more going back to Diablo 1 now over the years, where I think I prefer it over Diablo 2 in hindsight, but Diablo 1 was probably my first Blizzard game and one of the first PC games I played. Excuse me. But Diablo 1's a game where, again, like I love the soundtrack, the vibes of Diablo 1. It's more like, feels more horror than the rest of the series. You can't tell I like horror and atmosphere a lot in games. Diablo 1 has this more sense of like you are going into like a dangerous like dungeon, and you have to basically work with what you got. Has that like roguelike kind of like kind of foundation Diablo, where you're descending like levels like in a roguelite, where you're going down floors, and you really have to you just really have to work with what you get in that game. It feels less like a grindy, like, you know, run across the world, kill a bunch of enemies, grab a bunch of loot, try to min-max all the loot you get. Excuse me. Like you're running bosses over and over and over. Diablo 1 has this more like slow, methodical, like you want to clear all the floors, kill all the enemies, because there is a finite amount of resources in Diablo 1. You can't, like when you're playing like a single player run of Diablo 1, it has a save and loading system. It doesn't have like a you just like creating a server and then like resetting the map. No, you have to, like in Diablo 1, you have to... Oh, Twitch is dying right now. Is the stream dying or is it just the chat? Diablo 1, you have to like basically just what you get, you have to make do with it basically. So you have this more kind of like survival sense in the game where money's limited, items are limited, potions are limited. You have to like, you know, try to kill everything you possibly can. And I like the element of like risk versus reward of like, do I want to clear the rest of this floor, or do I just want to like go ahead and descend to the next floor? But you run this risk of like falling behind in Diablo 1. Like if you're just sort of like running down the dungeons basically and going to the next floor, you might get you might get under leveled basically. And you might end up like falling behind, and then like the game becomes like too hard if you just rush ahead too fast basically. And it's like I like that element of like no, like you actually you're very encouraged to like, you know, kill everything and like try to like, you know, get as much experience and money and resources as possible before you go to that next floor, because you run that risk of like, you know, being too weak to continue further basically. So it's like I like that limited kind of element in Diablo 1. Whereas 2, it's like it feels like a race in Diablo 2. When you play Diablo 2, it's like you are trying to like rush the game basically, because it's like it's more time beneficial to just get to the end game as soon as possible basically, because that's where you're actually going to get like the better loot basically. The horror theme game isn't quite horror gameplay. Yeah, it's like an action game basically. But in Diablo 1, it's also it's a more methodical game where you don't move as fast, you're slower, and you can get hit stunned by enemies. And so positioning is very important in Diablo 1, where it's more like, you know, you just kind of click and attack unless you're like a mage type character, but you kind of want you single out enemy priority and you try to like thin out the enemy as much as possible before you want to like position yourself in a way that's like riskier. Diablo 1's a shmup. Yeah, it becomes kind of like a shmup whenever you when you get to the succubi enemy toward the end of the game. Those guys, like those enemies will just bullet hell you basically. And so you want to do stuff like, you know, if you're just standing out in the open, you just get obliterated by them. So you have to like stand at corners or doorways and stuff like that and try to funnel enemies. Diablo 2 is more like, now you are the bullet hell. Now you throw the javelin and like 1,000 projectiles come out and like just destroy everything, which is like, it's satisfying in its own way. But I don't know, something about the methodicalness of Diablo 1 and the like risk and like slower gameplay that like I really vibe with in Diablo 1. It's also just more like, it just has a more kind of like horror, kind of impending doom kind of tone to it as well. It's a little more epic in Diablo 2, even though 2 still has those kind of horror themes a bit in there. It's definitely a lot darker in Diablo 1. Yeah, Diablo 2 is you are the bullet hell. But also Diablo 1, again, it's like one of the games like I also grew up with, and I was probably too young to be playing, but for some reason at like age 5, like Diablo 1 didn't really like scare me, aside from like some of the like music in the game was kind of creepy to me, but I wasn't like overly scared by Diablo 1 for some reason. In hindsight, I feel like I should have been scared more by it. Next on the list, Darktide. Darktide is probably one of my favorite like modern I don't really get hooked to a lot of modern video games, but Darktide was like an addiction for like a whole like year and a half basically, where I played so much Darktide. And the reason is I like Warhammer 40k. 40k is a really cool universe, but I like the games like melee combat and like horde type of stuff. Like I like Left 4 Dead. I like the, you know, kind of like games where like you fight like hordes of zombies and stuff like that. Horde shooter type stuff. That stuff's like fun to me. Darktide just like it hit this like peak like perfect storm of like I like 40k like weapons and setting. I like horde shooters, and I like the music in it. Yeah, like just for like the soundtrack. Soundtrack to Darktide is like fantastic. It is like weirdly just good, like cool vibe, like soundtrack, and like I don't know, just it's a perfect storm. Just like everything just falls in place like perfectly in Darktide for me. Even though it's like it's not a perfect game, I have some gripes with it. It feels so good to play. Really good weapon feedback, melee feedback. I love the melee weapon system. I like the kind of variety of like different like enemies. It has that kind of like enemy prioritization of like, you know, or like target prioritization, kind of like when you play like Doom, where you want to prioritize killing certain enemies over others. Fun co-op experience, great soundtrack. It's just like perfect storm of like just good game that just kind of like really vibed with me. The 40K, it being like 40K is like just kind of like the icing on the cake for me. Hey Duna, how you doing? Thank you. I hope you are swooned by the new model. Very cool. Not sure what else I was gonna say about Darktide. Oh, I like that it's more like Imperial Guard type of game too. That's my favorite. Of all the 40K factions, I'm a Guardsman fan also. So that's also that adds like an extra little bonus score to the game too. It's not a Space Marines game. It's not a game where you're like super power armor dude or whatever. It's like you're just kind of like more, you're just like a regular guy basically. Even though like, you know, there's like the Ogrins and like the Psychers and stuff, which are a little, you know, those are a little more like, you know, unique compared to just like a Guardsman soldier. But I like that element of Darktide as well. Even though like the power creep of the characters in Darktide, like I would say like maybe like 40K lore standard, it doesn't make sense how strong the Darktide characters are unless you're just, you know, you're injecting in a bit of like plot armor type stuff of like, I don't know, the Emperor's blessing is on these particular bomb collar, like you do this or die, like prison characters or whatever. They got the super plot armor, the Emperor's blessing, I guess, that keeps them from dying. It's like comparing like Darktide to Space Marine 2. Like I like Darktide way more than Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is all right, but I just like Darktide way more. And the average like Darktide character feels way stronger than the Space Marine 2 characters to me. Thank you, Suka Drill. Space Marine 2 is kind of like that. It's like Gears. Gears is more like cover shooter. Space Marine 2 is more like... Space Marine 2 is like parry simulator, where we also have some guns that you run out of ammo for after you kill like 3 Tyranids and now you're out of bullets. The rest of the game is hit the parry button or die. Or dodge around in hopes that you don't fucking get shot up to death. Holding back my opinion on Space Marine 2. Yeah, I'm holding back a little bit. I'm a little more of a hater on that game than I'm leading on. Yeah, don't worry. The redeems will come once we start playing Deus Ex. Space Marine 2 Sekiro, more guns. It's like Sekiro if you moved slow and there was like super input delay, basically. And you feel like you don't feel like you're a super soldier. You feel like you're piloting like a flesh mech or something like that. Space Marine 2 is Skyrim with guns. All right, that's what they said about Far Cry 3. It's like Skyrim with guns. They also said that about Fallout 3. No, Fallout 3 was Oblivion with guns, I think. Idivine, we played that recently. Idivine, that's another game that like I fell in love with Idivine the moment I played that game. It is source engine jank, with like badly translated French to English dialogue and story, so you don't know what the hell is going on in the game, basically. That also has really fun movement and shooting, and also extreme jank. I don't even know how to describe Iodivine. It's a weird sci-fi cyberpunk surreal game made by French modders that turned game development studio. Iodivine's fun, and it also has 32-player co-op. There's nothing more to say about that. Kingsfield. This is Kingsfield 1 US or Kingsfield 2 Japan. I played through all the Kingsfield games yesterday, and I gotta say Kingsfield 2 was my favorite one. Early From Software game. It's kind of hard to play because the frame rate's terrible in it. It's a little bit obtuse on where to go and what to do, but I think the game holds up way more than I expected going into it. I ended up like falling in love with all the Kingsfield games last year. Just fun dungeon crawler experiences, good music. It really shows you like the kind of like the blueprints for like what later FromSoft games like Demon's Souls and Dark Souls like they really drew from those early Kingsfield games and like the level design and just kind of like vibes of the game. They're very fun. Do I plan to play this Sword of Moonlight Lucid game? I think I do want to play that actually at some point. I forgot that came out. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem with Kingsfield, the early games, is just the frame rate drop. I feel like that's a genuine like critique I have of them, and it's definitely something that like I can't really excuse that issue. It does suck how bad they run. Sick as in, I think they get like motion sickness from it. Because the game's like, the frame rates are variable. It's not like the game is just constantly running at low FPS. It's like, it'll be running fine, and then it runs bad, and it runs fine, and it runs bad, based on like where you're looking and what you're doing in the game. Yeah, inconsistent frame rate, like, that does suck. I would really love if those games got a, like a source port or like a re-release that would like fix the frame rate issues. I feel like that would help the quality of life of those games tremendously. If nothing else, just do that. I wouldn't really touch much else about those games if I was to do like a remaster of them. Kingsfield 2 is my favorite one out of all of them. I feel like it had the best kind of like pacing and like level design. Yeah, whenever you emulate it, it still has like the frame rate issues. At least when I did it. You can do things like you can up your CPU cycles, I think, but that will cause other artifacts as well in the game. I think I tried doing that. I ran into other issues trying to do that. System Shock 1's on this list also. That's a game I'm very familiar with. System Shock 1. I prefer the original System Shock 1 over the remake. But System Shock 1's also really good. I think that's another game that, even though it's a very old 1994 game, you can say like, oh, it's an old dated game. It holds up in a lot of ways, and I feel like it's like, you know, it has like the DNA and blueprints for a lot of games that came after. You know, namely System Shock 2 draws a lot from System Shock 1, but it's a very like ahead of its time game. Has audio in it, has like dynamic music, leaning, crouching, like sprinting, jumping, climbing. In a 1994 game, like all those things is very, like that's very ahead of its time. It's like a dungeon crawler, like you're playing like, you know, something kind of like a Kingsfield or a Daggerfall kind of experience, but it's like a sci-fi game, which I think is like a cool concept. And it's like satisfying to play, satisfying to explore the levels, like shoot the enemies. A lot of enemy variety in it. Has the whole audio log thing. Like I feel like in my opinion, like System Shock 2 took elements from 1, and I feel like it kind of like iterated and like improved on some elements from 1. Namely, like I think the audio logs and kind of like presentation in the game I think is improved in System Shock 2. But System Shock 1's like it is the blueprints game basically, where it actually has a lot of really cool stuff there. I would recommend people to check out System Shock 1 at some point. Or at least play the remake, if not the original. If you can't get past like the controls and kind of like obtuseness and old graphics of System Shock 1, but I do prefer the original over the remake. I'm actually going to go on gonna quick break. We're actually about to hit 2 hours here. I need to do a little break for a few minutes, so I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. The drink is over. So yeah, I went on BRB as soon as Terracotta got here. Give a little shout out to Terracotta. Thank you for being here. Right, so for the sake of time, I'm probably going to move through these pretty quickly. I don't remember where I was because of Sin. I talked about all the games from the top to System Shock 1. That's like half through the list, so just gonna move through these kind of quicker. Sin, cool game. Sin's a game that grew on me like over the years. Like the first time I played it, I was kind of like not really mixed about it, but I played it, I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool, but I wasn't also like super blown away by it basically, but I did acknowledge it like, oh, this is like definitely one of the better of like the 90s FPSs. And then it's like I replayed it and it's like I like it more like on replay, where I start noticing more things about it. It's a cool game because like there's a lot of variables on replays where things can go differently based on what you do in the game basically. So I feel like it's very tailored for the multiple playthrough experience, even though it's like I feel like the second half feels kind of unfinished and it's a bit of jank and stuff in it. But yeah, a game really grew on me over the years, I feel like, on replays. It feels like an extension of like Duke 3D. It's like if Duke 3D got like a proper sequel game basically that was on like a Quake or Unreal Engine or something like that, maybe kind of like Duke Nukem Forever has like that kind of vibe of game basically in terms of like interactivity and whatnot. I like Sin a lot. Beyond Citadel, played that recently. Definitely one of my favorites of like the kind of like this new wave of like retro inspired shooter. I feel like Beyond Citadel it's extremely unique. It feels like it has combat mechanics, like weapon handling mechanics that I have not really experienced in like any like official release game that like I've played before, which makes it very, very interesting. It doesn't just feel like another, you know, here's another Doom or Quake inspired game. Like this game is like, it just feels very unique. I highly recommend it. Resident Evil 4, there's too much to talk about for Resident Evil 4. It is, I feel like one of the best games ever. I think it's my favorite Resident Evil game, which makes it, I don't know, it's like, Resident Evil 4 is in its own like category, where it's like I like a lot of Resident Evil games, but RE4 is like in its own kind of category basically. Because I feel like of the old Resident Evils, I'm very mixed on if I like 2 or 3 more basically, but those are like my favorite, the old school ones. So RE4 is like it's in its own camp basically. It's very different from the first like 3 Resident Evil games, but yeah, on its own, there's just too much. There's too much to talk about for RE4. It's really good. Shadow Warrior, talked about that earlier. It's my favorite build engine game, I would say. It's what I've played the most of, mainly for its gameplay. I feel like the gameplay of Shadow Warrior just like it just feels the best for me to play in terms of like enemy and weapons and stuff like that. Blood comes very close, but I think I lean towards Shadow Warrior just a little bit more. Ion Fury, also another one of the new wave retro-inspired FPSs. It's one of the highest quality. It's also on build engine too. I love the fact it's on like actual build engine. It's got that feel. 1 hour monologue. No, I'll just say Ion Fury is like it is to me the highest quality like modern interpretation of a classic FPS basically. It's like there's just so much good about Ion Fury, and it feels very like, I don't know, it has a very like authentic feel to it, and it's just very good. Feels like a legit like build engine game that we like didn't get. Fear, I would say it's probably Monolith's best game. We got Condemned down below it too. Condemned and Fear, I feel like that's my 2 favorite Monolith games. Blood still also comes really close. But Fear, what's interesting is Fear and Condemned actually came out, I think, in like the same week, or like a week apart from each other. So they're very similar in ways, games, but they're also very different from each other. Fear is, to me, it's one of the best feeling like shooters, basically. It's basically like if you took like the human combat element of Half-Life 1 and you just made a whole game like around that, basically, because the humans in Half-Life 1 are actually really fun to fight. let's say specifically Half-Life 1 humans. Not a fan of the Black Mesa ones. The Half-Life 1 humans feel really good to fight. Fear basically feels like an extension of the Half-Life 1 humans. Just great action game. The horror's okay in Fear. I think Condemned has better horror than Fear. But it does have good atmosphere beside that. The horror's not really the stuff that, to me, like, is what holds up in Fear. It's definitely its gameplay and combat. It's a very fun to play game. Afraid of Monsters, probably my favorite Half-Life 1 mod. It gets its own category for that reason. Got a Robin Chan raid. Oh, Robin, thank you for the raid. I'm glad you could make it to the debut. Hey, give Robin that shout out. Thank you so much. I hope your stream was going well. It is the world debut of MeenaCrowe 3.0 today. Afraid of Monsters. What was I saying about it? It's probably my favorite Half-Life 1 mod. I would say Afraid of Monsters is a pretty influential, like, I would say in terms of like horror style, I feel like to me it's one of the like most like unsettling games I've played, basically. Like, just let alone like horror games, like Afraid of Monsters. Something about the vibes and like the lo-fi-ness, it's, I don't know, something's really fucking spooky about Afraid of Monsters that maybe the closest game to it would be like Silent Hill 1, basically. There's a lot of overlap of Silent Hill 1 and Afraid of Monsters, but yeah, I love Afraid of Monsters because it has this like just really oppressive like atmosphere, kind of similar to Silent Hill 1. And one of my favorite things in Afraid of Monsters is its use of like its scares are missable, and I feel like that's an underrated thing to do in horror. Is like, instead of like shoving things in your face that scream at you that you absolutely can't miss, kind of like the modern like movie theater like jump scare experience, the game basically has tons and tons of hidden like scares that are just, they're kind of there and they exist, but there's no attention like always brought to them. Like, some of them there are some cheap ones like here and there, but some of them are like there's no attention brought to them. You have to like notice them, basically. And I feel like that to me is like way more unsettling and scary than like something that's just like, you know, yoinking the camera up in the player and be like, look at this, it's scary. It's like, no, don't do it that way. You need to have some subtlety in there. Afraid of Monsters also I guess like the kind of spiritual sequel to it is also Cry of Fear. Cry of Fear is good, but it's not quite like Afraid of Monsters to me. I feel like Afraid of Monsters is, to me, it's scarier and it's subtler than Cry of Fear. So Blood is good, but honestly overrated in modern day. The first episode rocks, and then the level designs in the other episodes low-key suck. The later weapons you get are crap, and the only threatening enemies are the aimbotting cultists and the hellhounds. I think people just like its improved game feel and theming. The gameplay is not superior to Duke 3 or Shadow Warrior for me. Yeah, I feel like I agree with that. Duke 3D is actually the one I've probably played the least between Blood, Shadow Warrior, and Duke 3D. I like Blood gets a lot of points because of its like vibes, basically, and the horror kind of theming to it. But I don't know. Maybe I like Duke 3D's gameplay better than Blood, but it's hard for me to say. I definitely like Shadow Warrior more than both of the other ones. Shadow Warrior just feels the most like tight to me. It's very like, it's like I said, like I was saying with Quake, it's like, it feels like arcadey. It feels like usually when you're taking damage, it's kind of like the player's fault. The cultists in cultists in Blood, yeah, they're like, they're kind of like bullshit with their like reaction time. Though you can play around it. It becomes very like corner peeking and like nade tossing type gameplay, where it's very like throwing dynamite around corners and stuff like that, and crouching all the time. He says, I'm playing FPS so difficult it makes them reasonable beat without mid-level saves. Play Blood on lightly broiled. And Blood has like 15 difficulties, has way too many. I don't know which difficulty to play on it whenever I play it. Doom 3's issue for you is that it feels awkwardly between being a shooter and a horror game. Yeah, I feel like Doom 3's biggest issue for me is that it doesn't commit to either element enough, I feel like. I think I would like Doom 3 more if it maybe leaned more into just being action like old school Doom, or if it went more survival horror like System Shock 2 or something like that. I feel like I would like both those interpretations, but instead it's kind of like, it's floating in this kind of weird like middle position between the two. I appreciate what Doom 3 was going for though, and I feel like I enjoy playing Doom 3 more than I enjoy playing Half-Life 2 at this current state in my life, but I don't know if that's a hot take or not. Unreal Gold. I think Unreal might be one of my favorite 90s FPSs like ever, basically, in terms of just like the out of the box kind of package experience. It's up there with Half-Life for me, I would say. Like, as much as I like Doom, a lot of my Doom love comes from like just the huge amount of mods, basically. But I do like the original like campaigns, like Doom 1 and 2, but I feel like Unreal is like one of my favorite, just like from beginning to end. Like I just love playing Unreal. I love the gameplay. I love how like the enemies kind of behave like you're fighting like players in the sense they kind of like dodge you and stuff like that. Feels like almost like a bot match or something. And also just the like atmosphere of Unreal. It's like, it's not a horror game, but it just has this very like nice like serene like soundtrack, kind of like what you're hearing right now. It's just like, I don't know, Unreal's just this like magical kind of experience for me. I'm also nostalgic for it. I grew up playing Unreal as well. Yeah, I haven't streamed the Unreal Evolution mod. I think my very first debut when I first streamed in 2022, I played Unreal Gold as like my opening game. But yeah, I feel like Unreal is underrated. I love Unreal 1. Very good game. It's like, it's similar to like, I don't know, like I feel like Unreal Gold, in terms of the game feel, I like how it feels more than like Quake 2. It's like if you go from Quake 1 then to Unreal Gold, it feels like to me, my experience of like the combat of Unreal 1 feels closer to Quake 1 than Quake 2 does, basically. It feels like another one of those games where like in Unreal when you take damage, it's like, I feel like I'm making genuine player mistakes in Unreal versus like I'm just being shot by like hit skin enemies that do negligible damage that I'm just forced to take, basically. Unreal and Quake 1 to me are like, they are the closest to like being, I guess, kind of like the perfectly designed like 90s FPS in terms of their like combat encounters and whatnot. I still prefer the game feel of Quake 1 over Unreal 1, but I like Unreal 1 more than Quake 2. I also don't hate Quake 2 for the record, but I just feel like Quake 2 is kind of like it's like a downgrade from Quake 1 in a lot of ways. The Quake 2 remaster is great though. If you play Quake 2, I highly would recommend playing the remaster over OG Quake 2. Yes, that's another thing I really like is compacted levels where they feel more arcadey, where you're in a map that's like, it's a tight, compacted like space that makes use of its environments very well, like where you're, you know, it'll have like backtracking, but not really in a bad sense. The level will kind of flow back into itself. And you don't have like these huge sprawling levels that you spend hours in. It's like you're in the level, you do some combat encounters, you do like maybe a puzzle here or there, find a key, and then you find the end of the level, basically. And it kind of encourages like replay. Has a very like arcadey kind of design to it. And it's like I prefer that in a lot of shooter levels rather than feeling like a huge like sprawling kind of like maze experience. Even though like Unreal kind of does that. Then to the raid. Well, Invitation Orange, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Hope your stream went well. Thank you for coming to the MeenaCrowe 3.0 debut. We are still monologuing about video games. Orange. It's going to be some talk about Orange in Deus Ex. Orange beverages. Episode 4 is your favorite. So you like the Sandy Peterson, the Sandy Peterson Quake episode. I actually like episode 4. A lot of people hate it because of the jelly enemies. I've learned to deal with the jelly enemies. I think I hated them the first time I played because they're so hard to hit, but they have there's specific behaviors that you can play around with them. That's what I like about Quake 1 is all the enemies in the game have specific behaviors and you can play around all of them. The how you deal with the jellies is you don't let them move. You gotta kill them before they activate, basically. Otherwise, you're in for a world of pain. Also, don't shoot them when they get close to you. They explode. Them, like, slapping you in the face is, like, negligible damage. They bait you to shoot them when they get close. So there's always ways you can play around the enemies in Quake. Resident Evil 3. I know I got Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 2. I'm just going to lump both these together. I really have a hard time choosing between Resident Evil 2 and 3, which one's my favorite. I think Resident Evil 3 has the best replay value. There's so many variables in RE3 that change when you play. Even though it only has one campaign, I feel like it's the most dynamic of all the original Resident Evil games, where things can just go so differently every time you play. That's one of the reasons I really like it. And also, the Nemesis encounters, you can choose to like fight him, you can run away from them. If you choose to fight, you get like rewards. I love the gunpowder system also in Resident Evil 3. I could go on for about the gunpowder system. It seems simple, but it's actually very complex in Resident Evil 3. I do feel like there's a glaring flaw with the gunpowder system in that it encourages you to make single crafts instead of combining crafts together. I feel like that's an oversight with its system, where if you want to make more ammo and better ammo quicker, you craft single them like over and over and over again, because it's numeric based instead of like combining, like, you know, let's say if you craft like 3 gunpowder A's together, it'll only count as 1 point toward upgrading that crafting. I feel like that's an oversight on its system, but other than that, I feel like it's the best ammo crafting like in like any game I've like played, basically. I usually don't care for crafting systems too much, and I don't care like for how the modern games do the crafting. I feel like they oversimplify it. The RE3 one is great. It seems simple at surface value, but there's so much you can do with it. I think it's one of my favorite things about the game. I got really excited when I think it was like RE7, like the RE2 remake, like re-implemented like crafting in Resident Evil games. I was like, oh shoot, they got the RE3 crafting system, let's go, they're bringing it back. And then like I played them and it's like, oh, it's like you just mash gunpowder and gunpowder together and it just makes like pistol bullets, basically. And there's no like, there's not a lot of room for like different like craft types, or like, you know, using them in different ways and whatnot. It's just like, it's just too like simplified. I don't know. Yeah, that's my reason why I like RE2 so much, is like I love the music, the presentation. I think the zapping system between scenario A and B, how you can play the game like as Claire or Leon first, and then it changes things on your second playthrough. And also how things that you do on your first playthrough will change outcomes of things that happen in the second playthrough too. I think that system is like really cool and was not addressed enough in the remake. The remakes even like, I mean, they did the zapping system like worse in the remakes, where it's just kind of like the B scenario is just kind of like it's just a second playthrough of a game where a few things change, basically. Yeah, RE3 I feel like is like it's like peak gameplay, but RE2 is like I have a very like soft spot for that one, and it's like just like the zapping system, like the presentation, all that stuff. It also has the best shotgun. The Leon upgraded the Remington 1100 that you get toward the end of the game in the original RE2 on Leon's scenario. That is like hands down one of the best feeling like video game shotguns of all time. It's just like you shoot it and it just like it blows the zombies into like bits, basically, and it sounds like a nuclear bomb going off. It is so good. It's like up there with like the Doom 2 super shotgun. Hey, Max Payne. Yeah, Max Payne's kind of sitting off to the side. I forgot to talk about that one. Favorite Max Payne game. Another one of the games I grew up with. I love Max Payne. Is like, it's kind of like Fear. It's like, it's just great like atmosphere. Hard combat encounters. If you play a PC version, it's a little bit skewed now because there's some issue where like the combat difficulty is constantly like the adaptive difficulty. It's constantly increasing. It has these weird issues on modern PCs, unfortunately, but I love the presentation, the story, the atmosphere. Like Max Payne 1 has this like real like thick like kind of like horror vibe to it. It's a kind of spooky game. Yeah, it's hard. Like Max Payne 1's hard, but it has really good feeling at combat, and I love the story, presentation, tone of that game. Yeah, the PlayStation 4 port of Max Payne 3 is based on the bad PS2 port of the game, where I think based on like frame rate will change like how far or fast you like jump basically. And so when you get to like the second nightmare sequence in Max Payne 1 on the PS4, like emulated PS2 port, there's a certain jump that like it's glitchy because of the variable frame rate, and you don't make the jump sometimes when the frame rate like dips too low. And so I ended up like just playing the game and getting up to the same spot on the PC version so she could play that one instead. But then the game's like super hard on PC because of the adaptive difficulty always cranking up. Soldier of Fortune, it's one of my favorite Raven Software games. Soldier of Fortune's another game I grew up with. It has one of the best, I feel like, video game gore effects like ever. Like, Soldier of Fortune 2 is a little bit better on the gore side, but I feel like it's a less fun game than Soldier of Fortune 1. It has like the most detail, at least in like, maybe, I don't know, there's probably games now that have like topped the gore of Soldier of Fortune 1, but Soldier of Fortune 1 is just, it's so like ridiculous and over the top, and it has super like detailed like gore and like enemy kind of hit feedback based on like what weapon you use and where you hit them. It's just a fun game. Better than Resident Evil 2 Remake gore. RE2 Remake score is pretty damn good. I don't know. Never seen Resident Evil 2 Remake is garbage, and here's why. The creator removed because of harassment she received, but it was re-uploaded. Knowledge the gameplay isn't bad, but excoriates its story and weak A and B scenarios. That's my biggest issue with the remake is like I feel like the story is weaker, and the A and B scenarios are so like downgraded. I do think the 2 remake is quite good in a lot of ways though, but I can't ignore the things that the original like 2 just did better. Blue Stinger, I talked about that one. It's probably my peak like good bad game. Did a fun Christmas stream of it last year, or was it the year before last, I think. Baroque, played that recently. I loved Baroque. I played it because it made me think of like Kingsfield when looking at it, but it's more of like a roguelike, like Sega Saturn game. Another game that just has insane vibes. It's very like spooky kind of horror vibe. Really caught me off guard. That element, it's a bit obtuse. It's a game that like if you want to actually get all the like true endings and whatnot, you're gonna have to very likely look at a guide. But I love the kind of like time pressure and like resource management that goes into Baroque. Just a satisfying, fun game to play. It makes it think of like, it feels like Diablo 1 in a lot of ways. That's the game I compared it the most to, is like, it has that limited resource and kind of roguelike kind of like route that like Diablo 1 has. Baroque's very cool. So the game I would recommend. Don't play the PS2 version of it, because that game, I don't know. I haven't played it, but just looking at it, it feels like it just completely kills the vibes of the original to me. Yeah, RE3 Remake actually made me upset. I felt disgusted when I beat RE3 Remake, because I just knew that, like, when I beat RE3 Remake, I'm like, that's it. That's the remake we're getting, and we're never going to get another RE3 Remake. I was very disappointed with that game. Yeah, I played the Saturn version of Baroque. Apparently the PlayStation version is pretty good too, though. Yeah, I loved Baroque whenever I played it. I think you might have mentioned Baroque in your server. I don't know if I ever engaged in any discourse with it, though. Yeah, the original RE2 has like, it has like this like Terminator kind of vibe to it. It's like, it's hot off, it's in the 90s, it's hot off the like James Cameron movie hype. RE2 has this like, it has like this vibe that like kind of like Terminator 1 and 2, like both kind of get, where it's like, it's kind of thriller horror kind of feel. It's also action-y. RE3 kind of leans more into that kind of more action side than RE2 does as well. Deus Ex, we're gonna be playing that today, so we can talk about Deus Ex when we get there. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Deus Ex. At one point, I used to see Deus Ex always popping up in these like, this is like the best PC game of all time kind of thing over the years. Unfortunately, I don't see Deus Ex pop up in lists anymore. I feel like that's a crime. I'm just gonna say that. Deus Ex still holds up so well, and I feel like if Deus Ex is falling into that obscurity kind of pit, I feel like that is a huge disgrace. Deus Ex 1 is amazing. I feel like it still deserves to be on like #1, like best PC game of all time. It is so good. Yeah, there's like a new PC game article that went back. Like they did a new like best PC games, like top 100 or something. I don't know if it was like user voted or something, but like I think they put like Balatro or something at like #2 or 3 or something like that. Or was it #1? I don't even remember. But it had a lot of like yeah. It had a lot of like games that have come out like the past like 5 years in that list. A lot of games that are like multi-platform as well, where it's like best PC game like MGS5. It's like what makes MGS, like I don't know. MGS5 is like on all platforms. I don't know why you're putting it as a PC game specifically, but whatever. Neo was basically my full first like actual playthrough of a game that has like Souls-like elements, so Neo has a soft spot for me. I had played Demon Souls before Neo, but I didn't finish it. I fell in love with Neo though when I first played it, so I have a soft spot in the game. It is my first like Souls-like basically, and I love the combat in Neo. It's such a good and like responsive feeling game. Never played vanilla Deus Ex again, burn out modding it, but it's forward thinking and well designed genius. Yeah, I love Deus Ex. I've played it vanilla. Most of the times I play it have been vanilla. I only recently started playing it modded. I played the regular GMDX. I think it was V8 or V7 years ago, and for whatever reason, like I came off of playing vanilla, and I didn't like some of the changes in GMDX to where I just kind of wanted to just go back to playing vanilla. So I did that. I played like GMDX up to the Lebedev airport level, and I dropped it at that point. But then I got recommended your version, the RSD version of it, like years later. I think it was like V8 was out, and then there was the RSD branch of it. I played that probably in like, I want to say like 2020 or 21. And I like the RSD version way more than the vanilla GMDX. There's a lot of changes in there that I felt like were just better than the original GMDX. That was like 5 years ago when I played it though at this point, but I remember liking it. So I do plan at some point to replay it on GMDX RSD again. But I'm going to be streaming it on vanilla just because it's been a long time since I played Deus Ex at all lately. Oh. I don't know why I put the Thief games also were not on this list. That's another one. I kind of lump Thief and Deus Ex and System Shock 2. Those three games they all kind of like fall into the same camp, as well as just having really great presentation, atmosphere, gameplay, good level designs. Yeah, Thief 1. I love Thief 1 because I feel like I like the supernatural elements in Thief 1, even though like I think 2 probably has better level design and pacing. I just like the vibes the most out of Thief 1 and its story. Great atmosphere in Thief 1 as well. Also done by Eric Brocious that did like the sound design in System Shock 2 as well. A lot of overlap on those games. V9 is better in V8 too. Okay. Yeah, I played V8 was the one I played. Wash your hands off of GMDX. Gotcha. Yeah, I played Deadly Shadows a few years ago for the first time. I actually liked Deadly Shadows quite a bit, but it somehow feels more jank to play than the first two Thief games. They definitely don't feel as good. Or Deadly Shadows does not feel as good as 1 and 2. But I like the atmosphere. Deadly Shadows has the vibe of Thief, and I feel like that's a huge, important part of making me like that game. Is that it feels like Thief. It's got that spooky, heavy, thick atmosphere, and it's got a pretty cool story as well too. It's not as good as Thief 1. It kind of feels like a retelling. Not really retelling, but like it's kind of going through the same motions of Thief 1 again, basically. The level design in Thief Deadly Shadows is hit pretty hard too, because it was on the original Xbox, so the levels are like condensed, like super small in Deadly Shadows, and they have these like awkward like loading points in the levels too, which kind of sucks. The Cradle level is amazing in that game though. Like the Insane Asylum level, that game is spooky. To have some better level design, you hate the final third of the game. Case of Joint, Kidnap, Soulforge. Yeah, Soulforge, I don't remember a lot of the later levels in Thief 2, but Soulforge, I do remember that one. I remember that level being like huge, and I didn't know what to do half the time I was playing it. I love the Trail of Blood on Thief 2. That was the peak level for me. It was the Trail of Blood when you go to you go through the portal. That level was so fucking cool in Thief 2. Alright, take care, Platinum. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, next page. We're gonna move through here. Anime page. Favorite anime. As Pumpkin said, people are gonna laugh about this one. Anime is not really my thing, but I like these. I like Ghost in the Shell. Like Death Note was probably like, I didn't expect to like Death Note, but when I watched it, it's like, oh, this is genuinely like a cool, like kind of like crime thriller. I didn't expect it to be a crime thriller. It was like, I don't know. I expect it to be some like edgy, like torture kind of like experience, like psychological torture experience, something like that. And it's like, oh, it's like a crime thriller. I actually like that. 90s Berserk. It's really my only experience with Berserk, but the 90s anime is really good. I like OVAs a lot also. Vampire Hunter D and Ninja Scroll on there. OVAs, a lot of them are kind of like mixed bags, or they're kind of like stupid, or have like kind of like rushed plots, but they just have really good animation and directing, a lot of them, so I like them for that reason. Yeah, I did read a little bit of the manga. Oh yeah, I've seen Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass was good, but I didn't get crazy for it. I feel like I like Ghost in the Shell more. Yu Yu Hakusho, charming 90s anime. We watched a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho recently. It's like I guess like peak like 90s shonen basically. There's a lot of charm to it. To me, it's like watching Dragon Ball Z if it wasn't like as like goofy, I guess, or like bad basically. Not that Dragon Ball Z is bad, but like there's a lot of like filler and kind of like, I don't know. I like Dragon Ball Z when I was growing up, but Yu Yu Hakusho just felt like better Dragon Ball Z to me. Yeah, I'm like ADHD. I have trouble like sitting through shows. I can get through movies, but like shows where you have like a bazillion episodes, I like struggle. Oh yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I feel like the new JoJo part 1 through 3. I haven't watched much of 4 onward, but part 1 through 3 is like, that is like peak. It is so good. Re-binging Clone Wars. Yeah, I did see the JoJo OVAs. Those are cool too. They have like completely different vibes than the newer ones. The newer ones are more like goofy, whereas the OVAs kind of lean more into the kind of like horror elements of JoJo. Those are pretty cool. Alright, we'll move on to favorite movies. I'd say my top movies are The Thing and Apocalypse Now. Those are like my 2 favorite movies, I want to say. The Thing is like, I don't know, to me it's just best horror movie like ever, basically. I could watch that movie like any day. It's just such a satisfying, well-paced horror movie. Great special effects, good soundtrack. It's spooky, it's scary. I'm not scared of it anymore, but it's really sad how shunned the movie was also when it came out, because it holds up so well. I'd say like non-horror movie. The thing that I need to play the Thing game again. There's that new remaster that actually came out recently. I played the original PS2 one, and it's not a great game, but it had some decent stuff in it. Surprised to see Dog Soldiers on. Yeah, Dog Soldiers. I actually watched that movie when I was like a teenager, and I remember liking it a lot, and then I revisited it recently, and I feel like that movie holds up still. I like I like movies, like there's a lot on this list, like there's like, you know, Doom, Aliens. I just like movies where it's like squad of dudes is like stuck in like a place, and then they're having to fight monsters basically. Like I like movies like that. Yeah, there's a PS2 Thing game. Yeah, Carnosaur 3 is garbage. Carnosaur 3 is terrible, but I've watched it like 10 times. It's terrible. But it's a good bad movie. Yeah, Predator. Yeah, Predator is literally, it's in that same exact kind of vibe. And Videodrome. I have Videodrome and Scanners kind of together. I binge watched like Cronenberg movies one year, and I really like Cronenberg horror, like the kind of body horror stuff. I feel like that's like a pretty strong, like, influential thing for me. And also, like in my game project too, I've been drawing a lot from those two in terms of like what kind of vibe I want to go for. But I love like Cronenberg horror, where it's like kind of surreal, weird, but they don't feel like I don't know how to describe. It's like there's something about Cronenberg horror movies that like they don't feel like traditional horror. I kind of draw overlap to like David Lynch as well, where it's like they kind of just feel like movies. Like, here's a drama movie, but also there's horrifying things that are happening in them, but there's not a like super desaturated, like dark filter over the movie to let you be reminded this is a scary like horror movie, or like super scary like jump scares and like you know, scary music and stuff playing to remind you of the horror. It's more of like, these are movies of like horrific like themes, but they're not like directed in a way that's just like, I am a horror movie, I am scary kind of thing. I don't know how to describe it. There's something weird and surreal about Cronenberg's like horror directing, and I really like it. Very like, and there's just like weird like surreal like imagery and kind of like things that happen in those movies that I feel like just like you watch them, they just kind of stick with you over time. I actually do like Hellraiser a lot. I need to watch that again. So I feel like it's another one of those movies that has that kind of like, I like 80s horror vibes, basically. What else I gotta say? The RoboCop 1, yeah, RoboCop 1's a really fun movie. It's great, like, great balance of, like, it's an action, but there's something, kind of like a Starship Troopers. It's like, it's action, but there's something, like there's these thematic kind of, like, goofiness things that are kind of, like, going under the whole movie, too. I actually have not seen Naked Lunch. I've heard people really like that one, though. I've watched, I've seen The Fly. I really like The Fly. Scanners, Videodrome. There's some other ones I watched. There's one with the twins. I think it was like, I can't remember the actor's name. It's a two doctor twins. There's a couple other Cronenbergs I watched too. Can't remember the names. There's like some 70s ones. Yeah, Cube is good. Cube is a movie that is I feel like it's a peak low budget horror where they made the most that they could with like the low budget they had. The entire movie is filmed basically in one room where they change the color of the lights between every room basically. Cube is like peak, like we have a shoestring budget and we're gonna make a movie all in one room. Kind of like, I guess kind of like how Saw is like all one room for the most part. Has that kind of like low budget but like making, you know, creative use of it type of thing. Cube's kind of goofy, but I really like the concepts in the movie. I only really like the first. I've seen like bits of the other cubes. I didn't like them as much. I like the first cube. Apocalypse Now also, that's probably, it's tied between that and like The Thing is like my favorite movies. I want to say Apocalypse Now is just a great movie. I feel like to me it's like one of the greatest movies of all time. It's a long one though. It's definitely one of those like slow burn, kind of like Blade Runner as well. I love Blade Runner too. It's a slow burn, good like character movie. It's surreal. It's got good music, great cast. It's a trip. Like Apocalypse Now is like it is a hell of a trip of a movie. I like the Vietnam setting in the movie. Event Horizon, cult classic movie. Event Horizon's like I love the first half of Event Horizon. It gets kind of goofy, Paul W.S. Anderson in the second half, but it's another one of those like it's a pretty fun, campy movie with some cool effects. Horror movie. I think it genuinely has some pretty like creepy moments in it. I love the setting, the sci-fi horror kind of mix of like supernatural and sci-fi type of thing. It's cool. Starship Troopers again with like RoboCop. Starship Troopers is a really fun movie as well. Yeah, it's got the good like blend of like satire and like action. Terminator 1. I prefer Terminator 1 over 2 though. They go pretty close together. I like the more kind of reserved element of Terminator 1 where it's a little less action, it's a little more thriller kind of movie. Also, I like the element of Terminator 1 being I like that it's like a guy basically. Just we sent back a guy to protect Sarah Connor, where you have this like element of like it's like humans just trying to survive versus like the second movie is like, well, we got a robot to protect you now that's like, you know, you got super action man, whereas like one's like it feels more tense. I feel like Aliens, I love Aliens also. Very close. Alien 1 and 2 it's hard to say, like I don't know, they come really close. I feel like I lean toward Aliens a little bit more because I love the I always loved the like tech of Aliens, where it's like the Aliens Colonial Marines, where they got this cool like Vietnam kind of like derivative sort of like military type of thing, where you know, they got this like rugged like armor where they got like, you know, they ride on their armor and guns, and they got these like cool like you know, like military green like APCs and like drop ships and stuff like that. Like I always really like that element in Aliens, and you can see like the influence of Aliens is like really prevalent like throughout the years, like the 80s and 90s, early 2000s, where so many things are like Aliens like tech, like kind of derived of like the pulse rifle, the like smart gun. You know, like dudes going into like facilities and fighting monsters and stuff like that. Like I love that in Aliens. The old like industrial kind of tech in that movie I really like. Twin Peaks might be my favorite TV show. I like David Lynch stuff a lot. I need to watch more David Lynch. I've always seen I saw Blue Velvet, and I've seen Mulholland Drive. I think in terms of the David Lynch movies, I need to watch more of his other movies. Oh, and Eraserhead. I watched those. I like all of David Lynch stuff I've seen, but Twin Peaks is probably, I put that in there because it's probably like my favorite just like TV show as a whole package, season 1 through 3, and Fire Walk with Me. I bundle them all together basically. Just great show. A bit of season 2 gets rough in Twin Peaks, but you can either skip it or bear through it, whichever you do. Definitely watch to the end, or at least the ending like few episodes of Twin Peaks season 2 and Fire Walk with Me if you ever watch Twin Peaks. And season 3 is like it is its own beast. Season 3 grew on me the more I watched it. It's so different from the first 2 seasons, but it also stands on its own as like its own thing. Blade Runner. Blade Runner is a movie that's another movie, like I saw it, I want to say like 6 or 7 years ago for the first time, and I'd always heard of it and wanted to watch it. When I did watch it, it's like, oh, it's like, it is incredible. Like, for the time, it's like 1982, 84, somewhere in that range. And yeah, it's like that movie blew me away. It is such a like gorgeous movie. It's a very like futuristic, hard sci-fi that just looks fantastic. With a fairly like simple, straightforward plot, great cast in the movie. It's a great movie. It's a little slow. People don't like it because it's a bit slow burn. I don't mind it. I feel like it's a great movie. Yeah, I watched one of the more recent versions of it. The theatrical version has like an overdub over the whole movie where it's like narrated, which I've heard is not as good. Yeah, Aliens 1979. Yeah, Blade Runner's like, for some reason it follows 84, but yeah, it's 82. That Blade Runner just looks so good for the time it came out. Predator, love that movie for reasons also, like Say the Above, we talked a little bit about that one. Hardboiled is probably, I love like the John Woo, like Hong Kong action style. And to me, Hardboiled is like peak, like, if I was to pick like one action movie that's my favorite, I feel like it's probably Hardboiled. I feel like, I don't know, the amount of practical effects and like craziness that's going on in like every action sequence in Hardboiled is just like, it's insane. There's so much going on in Hardboiled in every single shootout in the movie that it's such a like thrill to watch Hardboiled. I love Hardboiled. It's like, is there better action movies than Hardboiled out there? I don't know, probably. But like, I'm just very partial to like the John Woo, like Hong Kong, like action shootout kind of style. Games like Max Payne and Fear feel very like inspired by like the John Woo like action style. And movies like The Matrix as well. I like Matrix as well, but it's not on this list. It probably should be on the list. I do like Matrix a lot, but Hardboiled to me is probably my favorite like action movie of all time. Falling Down, there's another movie that is also one of my favorites. It is probably my favorite, like, I want to say, like, favorite, like, crime thriller drama type of movie. I just really like that movie. Great cast. There's some interesting themes in it. A lot of scenes are very memorable in Falling Down. It's a good watch. I like Falling Down a lot. No Country for Old Men. That's probably my favorite Coen Brothers movie. I want to say Big Lebowski comes very close. They're very different movies. No Country for Old Men is just a great, like, it's kind of like No Country for Old Men. It feels a lot like a Terminator 1 movie where it's like, it's a person just being hunted like the whole movie. It's a very like tense movie to watch, kind of like Terminator 1. Great cast and directing that movie. It's a very tense movie. Highly recommend it. Invasion of Body Snatchers. We watched this recently as well. That's also a very cool kind of. It's a kind of what is it, like 1979 as well? I think 1978. That movie also holds up for its time as well. It's a kind of like sci-fi thriller movie. I was also kind of caught off guard and surprised at how well that movie holds up. It's got some cool effects in it. It's also another like pretty tense movie with some interesting themes, and there's a lot kind of going on with it. Great cast in the movie too. I'd highly recommend the original. That's not the original. There's like a I think there's like a 60s Invasion of Body Snatchers, isn't there? I'm pretty sure the 70s one's like a remake. I've only seen that remake. We started the 90s remake, and that one wasn't very good from from what we were seeing. But the 70s Invasion of Body Snatchers, I really like that vibe of that movie a lot. Dread is a straightforward action movie. It's another one of those like just simple plot. Dude goes in building, shoots bad guys, kind of like RoboCop type of thing. Dread's just fun. Cool action movie. I feel like it's a little underrated. I kind of wish they did more with it. There's like more Dreads afterward, but it didn't do too well in the box office. I like Carl Urban a lot too, who's also in the Doom movie, which is jumping a little bit ahead. Hot Fuzz, I've only seen once, but I watched Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead back to back, and I liked Hot Fuzz like way more than Shaun of the Dead. I love going and building and shooting dudes immediately. Yeah, Dread's just like you're watching like if a video game was just a movie. It's basically that. It's an enjoyable watch. I like simple, just like kind of stupid simple premises like that. Hot Fuzz is really good. I remember it being like just very entertaining and like funny. My memory's a little bit fuzzy, very hot fuzzy, of watching Hot Fuzz, but I just remember really like enjoying Hot Fuzz a lot. I remember the cast being good and it being pretty like funny, entertaining. Doom movie is a guilty pleasure. A lot of people hate the Doom movie. I don't hate the Doom movie. I feel like it's basically the Resident Evil 1 movie, but like to me it's like better. It's just the same it's the same concept of like squad goes to sci-fi facility and then there's zombies around basically. That's literally what the Doom movie is basically. Yeah, it's not like there's no hell or anything in the Doom movie, but like as just that premise of dudes go in and like shoot zombies basically and then die. I feel like it's just a better Resident Evil 1 movie. It's got better practical effects, the sets are better. Like I feel like I like the cast a little. I don't know. The cast are kind of the same. I would say on par, maybe the Resident Evil movie and the Doom movie. I like Carl Urban. And The Rock's really campy in the Doom movie. Watch the director's cut version of Doom movie also, because it gets the extended goofy first-person sequence. And there's not like weird cuts in it. Watch that version instead. House of the Dead is kind of like Carnosaur 3. It's like a very good bad movie. It's I've watched that. The only Uwe Boll movies I've watched is House of the Dead and Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark is terrible. It has one good part, Alone in the Dark, but House of the Dead is like from beginning to end. It is terrible, and you can't stop watching it. It is like the worst, best movie I've seen in my life. High recommend. Dog Soldiers, talked about that earlier too. Another one of those concepts of squad fights monsters. Simple movie. It's fun. It's got some cool practical effects in it. I like the cast in it. Not much else to say. It's good. Silence of the Lambs, I watched that like a few years ago. No, it was longer than that. My memory's fuzzy on Silence of the Lambs, but I thought it was a really, really good crime thriller movie. It's also kind of like that, and I kind of mix this movie up with Seven also. I feel like Seven should be in this list. Silence of the Lambs and Seven are both really cool movies. I feel like Condemned Criminal Origins has like the vibes kind of drawn from those two movies, and I feel like I like those two movies for that reason. And I already kind of talked about the Cronenberg and the Cube movie, so we'll just keep moving on. All right, music. I like electronic music, alternative rock music, industrial music. It's mostly what's on this list. Video game music, ambient, and stuff. On the list is I'm gonna kind of generalize these because we're about to hit 3 hours. There's a lot of Boards of Canada on this list. I think Boards of Canada is probably my favorite music group of all time. The top left, Gio Gotti. That is hands down my favorite Boards of Canada album. That is a crazy, surreal trip of an album to listen through. There's a lot of things in it, both on a first listen, and every time you listen to that album, you catch up on like details that you didn't hear the first time you listened to. It's cool. I like it a lot. Also have like the have some of the old tunes. I have those on there too. There's 2 other Boards of Canada albums. There's Volume 1 and 2 of a few old tunes from Boards of Canada. They're kind of in the middle, like middle and the bottom middle. They are on YouTube. I recommend the old tunes. It's Boards of Canada like tapes that I don't know if they're like leaked or like secretly released at some point, but it's like 2.5 hours of like random tracks that they made around like between like 92 to like 94 basically, and a lot of that stuff really holds up and it sounds very different than their later stuff. I've been listening to that like crazy for like the past 2 years while like doing game development stuff, and I just feel like there's a lot of very varied tracks and it does sound very different. It sounds very different from their later stuff, but also very familiar too. But yeah, Boards of Canada is very it's like mixture of like trip hop, ambient, and like just kind of like IDM electronic music basically. There's something about the aesthetics of their music that really hits hard for me. Got Aphex Twin in here. I love Aphex Twin, especially that first Selected Ambient Works album. It's very nice ambient electronic music. They do dark ambient, a little bit, but it's mostly not. It's a little more, leans more into kind of like trip hoppy or like just kind of like IDM, kind of like like more like lo-fi-ish kind of like electronic. Radiohead, I love Radiohead. Mainly Radiohead in the period between OK Computer and like Hail to the Thief is probably like my favorite Radiohead period. It was really hard to pick a favorite album. I feel like, I don't know. I have Kid A on here, but I don't even know if Kid A is my favorite, because I struggle between like OK Computer, Amnesiac, and Kid A as like a favorite album. It's somewhere in there. I feel like I just picked Kid A because it's probably the easiest one to pick, but it is a very hard choice. I love how Radiohead is a band that really, they're an example of a band that really like evolved like as they went on, basically. Hail to the Thief's favorite Radiohead album, that is my soft spot album. I feel like Hail to the Thief, it might be a little bit bloated. There's a few tracks on Hail to the Thief that I don't like love exactly, but at the same time my favorite Radiohead songs come from Hail to the Thief as well too. So that's like a hard, I don't know. I was tempted to put Hail to the Thief on here too because it's like a soft spot album. Where I End and You Begin, that is my favorite Radiohead song like of all time. But yeah, it's a soft spot album. Yeah, DJ Shadow's on here. Yeah, the introducing, also Uncle, the Uncle science fiction album next to DJ Shadow. DJ Shadow was a main producer of the Uncle album. He did a lot of work on that one. It's a lot of cool guest musicians on that album too. So I just kind of bundled those together next to each other. But I really like that introducing album, and I believe the DJ Shadow introducing album is 100% sampled. And I feel like it is a great example of like sampling in music. Here's an album that is constructed completely of samples, and nothing in there is like original recordings. He just like sampled everything on it. I think I got like a Guinness World Record for that. It is an amazing trip hop album. If you like trip hop stuff, check out that album definitely. And also the Uncle science fiction album. I love that one too. Yeah, I got the Fragile on there. To the left of Fragile is Autechre. There, I like that album. I can't remember the name of the album. I know it has the song Nil on there. For some reason I'm blanking out the name of the album, but they're kind of like they're kind of similar to like Aphex Twin and like Boards of Canada. They're a little different, but I like that particular album right there. I really like. Also, it's got some nice like ambient and some like kind of IDM tracks on there. Yeah, the Fragile is probably, that's my pick for Nine Inch Nails. When I was a teenager, I had a huge Nine Inch Nails period when I was a teenager. I feel like the Fragile is probably the one I always gravitated toward. I know a lot of people, like Downward Spiral is like, that is like, you know, the Nine Inch Nails album that everyone loves Downward Spiral. I'm a little partial to the Fragile. Downward Spiral is really good, but the Fragile is like, it is this like just huge behemoth of an album. It's like I think it's like a 2 LP where it's like it's 2 discs. There's like 24 to 28 tracks basically. It is a long ass album with a lot of like different tracks. And I just have a real soft spot for Fragile. I listened to a lot of it when I was a teenager. It's been a little while since I've listened to it, but I feel like it's my favorite Nine Inch Nails work. Future Sound of London, Dead Cities, as it's to the right of the Fragile. I come back to that album a lot. I listen to most of Future Sound of London. I've listened to has been Dead Cities and the ISDN album. I like Dead Cities a little more. Dead Cities is really cool. It's got a lot of they're another like electronic group where what I like about those, they introduce like a lot of like kind of like world music kind of vibes in their albums. They're very like experimental. They're a little weird, but I like those like world music and like kind of samples that they like bring into their songs. I'd recommend Dead Cities. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails did the Quake 1 soundtrack, and I think he did a little bit of the sound work on Quake 1 as well. I've always heard that like the player voice in Quake 1 is actually like Trent Reznor's voice. I don't know if that's true or not, but like it sounds like him, so I always assumed it was. We have Meat Beat Manifesto, the 99% album. It was hard to pick which Meat Beat Manifesto album, but I feel like 99% is probably the one I listen to the most. They come very, very, very early 90s. They are they were originally like labels like an industrial group, but they are also very like sample heavy, kind of like jungle and kind of industrial, and it's very sample heavy, kind of like breakbeat and drum loop, kind of like trip hoppy kind of group. I like Meat Beat Manifesto a lot, but I like the 99% album. It's got this very lo-fi and industrial kind of vibe to it. I like that one probably the most out of all of them. I like that. I like Satyricon and Subliminal Sandwich. I like those three Meat Beat Manifesto albums. And then there's also Autoimmune that came much later. I would recommend all of those. If I have like more goth metal or industrial metal as top faves. Now I like more like electronic, kind of like IDM and like trip hop kind of music. The most industrial I get is probably like 9 Inch Nails. Amon Tobin, this Splinter Cell Chaos Theory soundtrack. Of all the Amon Tobin I've listened to, I love this Chaos Theory soundtrack probably the most. It's funny because it's a video game soundtrack, but I need to listen more Amon Tobin. But I love the Chaos Theory soundtrack. It is a crazy, crazy good soundtrack with great productions, great production value to it. Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. That's probably, of all the Silent Hill soundtracks, I feel like, I don't know, 2 is probably the one I come back to like listen to in terms of just the vibes of the soundtrack. I feel like I like the kind of like trip hop and kind of like serene kind of like feeling that the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack gives the most. Silent Hill 3 comes really close, but I feel like I lean a little bit more towards Silent Hill 2 if I was to pick one. Have Half-Life. I love Kelly Bailey's. I have like Half-Life here because I love Kelly Bailey's music work. Both Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, all the episodes. There's something about Half-Life music, like Kelly Bailey's music. You know, there's some sort of like vibe that his music gives it's very unique, and I don't know how really to describe it. It's like it leans into this like, has a little bit of like, there's a bit of industrial, a little bit of like rock and metal, a bit of ambient, but there's like, I don't know what it is about Kelly Bailey's music. Between like all of his works, like Portal, Half-Life 2, the episodes, Half-Life 1, it has this like, I don't really have the vocabulary to really describe his work, but it's like, it's not somber, it's not like edgy, it's just like, it's like cool, basically. Just think of like the Valve, like the Half-Life one, like the Valve theme. There's something about just the tone of it, and like I just can't, it just sounds like Kelly Bailey, and I can't really describe anything else about it. Or I can't really like describe things that sound similar to it. It just seems so unique to me. Alright, see you later, Deep Blue. Thanks for stopping by. Hitman soundtrack, that's, I kind of lumped Hitman in there because I really like, I've grown to really like Jesper Kai's music recently, which I don't know, I have like some apologizing to Jesper Kai because my only experience with his music over the years was the Borderlands soundtrack, basically, because he would get credited in Borderlands. Oh, Malphus is here with the raid. Hey Malphus, thank you for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Thank you for stopping by. At this point, like, are we even gonna play Deus Ex? This is taking longer than I thought. Yeah, I'm almost at the end of the music. I think this is the last slide. No, I got the costumes too. I have the Hitman soundtrack on here as basically like just a general Jesper Kai, like as just I like his music a lot, but I'd say I got into him probably in the last like 5-6 years basically, whenever we played the Hitman games. But yeah, my only frame of reference was is Borderlands. And to my understanding, actually, is that Borderlands has several, like both Borderlands 1 and 2. Because I know he did music for both games, and that he worked on Borderlands 1 and 2, but there's several, like, there's like 3 or 4 composers, I think, on the Borderlands games. And I always thought, like, Borderlands, I was like, they're okay soundtracks. Like, they're alright. I wasn't, like, huge into them, but, like, I always was under the assumption, like, oh, he did, like, all the music. Then I found out, like, later, it's like, oh, yeah, he also did, like, the music of the Hitman games. I played and saw, like, the Hitman games, like Hitman, Codename 47, Blood Bunny, Contracts, and I'm like, oh, these games have, like, fantastic soundtracks. And then, in hindsight, like, I found out, like, oh, he did the Firestone theme in Borderlands, and I'm like, oh, he did, like, that's, like, the best song in Borderlands. It's, like, that's, like, when I think of Borderlands music, I remember the Firestone track, and I'm like, yeah, that track's really good. And it's like, yeah, he did that track, and it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. Now it checks out. He did the best track of the game. So I have some apologizing. Yeah, his music's really good. He did the Dark Tide soundtrack, which I talked about earlier. I like his style. He's very, very good production values, and he makes very memorable and just like hard-hitting tracks that are just really very good. I feel like there's a reason why he is so like sought after as like a very like prestigious video game composer. Move on through his DJ Shadow stuff. I've already talked about that. Perturbator, that is the Uncanny Valley track. And unfortunately, the actual album art has to be censored. There's some boobies on that album art, so I can't show it there. But Uncanny Valley, Perturbator is what got me into. I'm not really hard into like synthwave as a genre. I feel like I just like Perturbator more than I like the synthwave genre. Yeah, Perturbator, I feel like he's a pioneer of the synthwave, the dark synthwave genre in particular, which is basically, it's like modern music that sounds like 80s movie soundtracks from like John Carpenter films and stuff, and it's way like harder and more kind of industrial sounding and stuff like that. I like Perturbator. I like Uncanny Valley. I feel like that's his best album, I feel like. I feel like it's the best balance of like, his production values got really good with that album, and I feel like Uncanny Valley just has, to me, it has the most kind of like diverse tracks that sound pretty unique and different from each other. There's a lot of like style kind of changes in that album between tracks. Yeah, he's kind of moved away from synthwave, dark synthwave, and kind of more into like more like 80s kind of goth, like alternative, and more cold wave type of stuff. Unreal soundtrack, I was talking about Unreal earlier. Unreal is like one of my favorite games of all time. The soundtrack is fantastic in Unreal. Just really good, memorable, kind of serene, melodic tracks. Also in Deus Ex as well. I'm sure we're playing Deus Ex that has the same composers for Unreal. They're just really good. Like Alexander Brandon and the other composers involved in the Unreal and Deus Ex soundtrack. They make very good, memorable like melodies, and it's just a nice soundtrack to listen to in and out of context of the game. The one next to that's also that's the Boards of Canada Old Tunes album I was talking about. Had a little alternative rock with Radiohead. Soundgarden. I like. I felt like of all the like, I had a grunge phase also when I was like in my teenagers, but Soundgarden was probably my favorite of like all the grunge and like alternative rock, like 90s kind of period. I really like the Super Unknown. It was a really hard pick between Super Unknown and Down on the Upside for Soundgarden for me, but I feel like of all the grunge bands, I really liked Soundgarden the most, especially their like last like three albums particularly. But I think Super Unknown is probably my favorite album. I like Soundgarden because I really like Chris Cornell's voice. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. Also, I like his voice, and I like the kind of like, they kind of introduced like also some like world music with like Future Sound of London. Soundgarden has this kind of like, they have like a little bit of like just interesting kind of like time signatures and like little kind of like hints of like world music kind of like vibes in their music, even though they're like an alternative rock, like grunge kind of band. I really like Soundgarden. After that is God is an Astronaut. I like the very first God is an Astronaut in the Beginning album in particular. It's a cool like kind of like ambient trip hop kind of alternative rock, like maybe they're kind of more in the like post-rock. But you also know Godspeed You, Black Emperor, also before, have a little bit of that kind of vibe too, like post-rock, but they're a little more trip-hoppy kind of sounding, a little more rock, trip-hoppy. But this first, like, Into the Beginning album is really nice, very, very like trip-hop, like guitar and kind of alt-rock kind of vibes. I recommend that very first album. If you like the, I kind of compare it to, I think Pumpkin probably compared to like Death Note soundtrack, like their kind of rock stuff. But if you like the bar music, like when you play Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, if you like the bar music that plays in Shadow of Chernobyl, it's like the whole album kind of sounds like that like track that you hear in the bar in Stalker. So you like that, I feel like I would check out this first God is an Astronaut album. Their later music it's a little less trip hop and electronic. It gets a little more, it sounds more analog, where they got like a full like band and like an actual drummer, instead of it being kind of like a drum machine kind of trip hop vibe to it. Which they're actually good. Like their later stuff's pretty good too. But I like the first album probably the most. And this last one is probably my favorite of like the I don't know. I guess like I don't know if they're considered like dark wave, kind of like 80s like goth kind of sounding albums. But yeah, the Soft Moon, this deeper album, it kind of sounds like a mix of like 80s goth and also kind of like Nine Inch Nails kind of inspired like industrial kind of vibe. It's somewhere like between that, but I really like. I've only listened to this deeper album, but I really like this album, this deeper album. Also, rest in peace to the Soft Moon is one guy, as far as I know. Yeah, he passed away last year at some point, which I didn't know until like the other day. It's very sad. But I recommend this deeper album. It's a nice like kind of 80s, very like hard edge kind of like 80s goth alternative and like kind of almost like industrial electronic kind of vibe to the album. Highly recommend it. That'll be it for the music. We'll go through these last few slides now. All right, design stuff. I don't even know what to talk about the designs anymore. This is the classic design that you have here. And we'll go veil mode just to switch it up. They already know about this one. This is the full body, you can see it all. It is Pumpkin Chan design. And then Iga redesigned it a little bit. Went a little back and forth with Pumpkin and Iga, making some changes to the design. But this is the final conclusion to it. It's very cool. Thank you, Iga. The Iga did do it very perfectly. I love it. This will go to the other. Oh yes, Mame Meow did these ref sheets also. Thank you, Mame Meow. Okay, next one's Cyberpunk. This one, talked a little bit about this one already earlier. Pumpkin did the initial concept for this one, which it's based heavily influenced by like kind of like Ghost in the Shell, like the major kind of different outfits she's had kind of over the years. Kind of based on that a little bit. A little bit of I think she had a little bit of like cyber goth kind of, or like cyber like BDSM, I guess, kind of like vibes a little bit too. Yeah, like him in general, Masamune Shiro. I'm not sure how you say his name. Masamune. Just kind of vibes from like his designs over the years too. In general, kind of went into this. But yeah, Iga took the design and she did a little bit of interpretation on that too. The Uncensored will be on Twitter tomorrow. It'll be more epic, so check that one out tomorrow. Right, here's Nurse. This is also yeah, Iga did all the needed detailing on the Cyberpunk one. Yeah, the Pumpkin design was a bit more simple. And here's Nurse. Also, I think this one is originally Pumpkin design, which Iga iterated on. I think Iga did a lot of changes on this one. 80% redesign of her own concept. Majorly Iga. And Nurse is very cute. I like this one a lot. The smiley Nurse. And then I like the syringe. A nurse was the favorite costume. Okay. Was classic involved, or was it only like the costume variants? I feel like I'm not surprised that the nurse one's the favorite. Okay, classic was involved. Then this one is yes, the elegant one. I think. Let me see what pump this. I think this one was mostly Iga. I think Iga did more of the initial concept for this one, and then Pumpkin requested a few changes. But I feel like this one's mostly Iga design. Yeah, Iga this one mostly, and Pumpkin did a few adjustments. It was them going back and forth. Yeah, Pumpkin can say that for me. I don't know all these details exactly. Thank you. I hope you pray and enjoy this one. Oh, you think of Statue of Liberty? That's very relevant to the game. Minhera toggle. You want me to do Minhera? This is Minhera. And we'll just go to the credits page. So original design is Pumpkin Synth. If the person makes the design, are they the VTube? The VTube mom is the person that rigged it and made the model. I don't know what to call you. Are you the father? Is that how it works? So Iga Happiness did the model and the rigging and a bit of the designing. The previous 2D model was I think it's Unix. Had the Unix model for about a year and a half, so thank you to Unix for that model. The Pumpkin says Unks. The Fujitech, the little my 2D Fujitech is PPOX. Also a little art, I think on these previous slides too. Maybe not that one. But the other previous slides I think had the little chibi model on the left. That is PPOX. My Twitch avatar, actually that's outdated. I think my Twitch avatar is not Kafun now. I think it was Kafun until just recently. I'm not sure who the current model is now, or the current artist that did the avatar is, because I can't see it. Where is that? It's Totomaki 41. Okay, so the Twitch avatar previously was Kafun, but now it's Totomaki 41, who also did the starting soon art. Yes. That was at the beginning. The BRB soon art is Inopa1215. Goodnight is Pochi70M, which you're going to see the Goodnight art later. It's also whenever my stream is offline, it's the same as the Goodnight art. Overlays, you can see here is Terracotta Scarf that was here earlier. The room backgrounds is Surumaki. I think it's Surumak. I'm having trouble saying that. My banner up at the top is Aneko KGM. I think that is also my banner on Twitter too. Some of the emotes is Me Open 429, Free Me of Chi, Skwoon. The little crows, the bomb's also done by Terracotta. And the background music you've been hearing for the past 3 hours, both the opening and the current music, is done by Cement T. They were here earlier. And then original music, I'm not sure what is original music. Damask. Which song is that for? There's a theme you forgot to set for me. Oh, is it for that one? Okay. That's who did that music, which may be heard at some point. And don't worry about it. I think it'll just... Yeah, let me just cycle back. Oh, we forgot to play it. Shoot. Oh, maybe we'll get that next time. Okay, I'm going to need to go on break again also before Deus Ex, but thank you coming to my presentation, the slideshow. Had a lot to talk about. We were 3.5 hours and we haven't even played a game. I need to go on a break. I'll be right back. So I need to fix these toggles are not working on this page. I gotta go back to the opening page. That's fine. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I'm gonna go about 30 more minutes. Give us a little bit of time to play some Deus Ex, but we're going to go to the grocery store, and I need to be done by around 10 in order to have time to get there. So about 30 minutes. Let's get some gaming in. Let's cross our fingers that this works immediately. Alright, let's turn the slide off. Hehe. So we're going to be playing vanilla Deus Ex. Well, as vanilla as we can do. I don't hear any audio. Oh, there we go. So, Deus Ex. I'm running this on 1.12. Let me know if it's too loud also. Controller toggle, oh yeah. Hold up, something's wrong here. Get out of here. I don't want to be here. I gotta get used to the toggles. Okay. I think we're good now. Do it like this. How's that? Had to have a more fitting outfit for this game. So we're playing on 1.12, which I think does some like modern PC fixes and stuff. And I also have a thing called Kinty's Fix, which allows you to play the game like OpenGL and like borderless window and stuff like that. It also fixed like mouse acceleration, stuff like that. Like when I first booted the game up, I was like, oh god, like the mouse felt like it was like underwater or something. Am I shrimp? I'm not shrimping. I'm trying to find there's like a way you could change like is it game options? So you change like the color of like the HUD, which is really cool in this game. Oh, colors, here we are. You make the menu like translucent, like all these like you should do soiling green, steel green, superhero, Terminator. It's like a Terminator interface. Violet. By default, it looks like this. It's kind of like washed out gray. Myself down just a tiny bit. I'll turn the game down a little more. Alright, how's that? It's a game going, we're just getting started. We're 3.5 hours in, we're just now getting to the game. It looks ugly if you don't have that translucency there. Oh, it's cool, you can change the HUD and like the menu is like two different things. Cool green. Desert Storm. Dried Blood. That's pretty edgy. I like the green, like the Ion Storm green. I actually like that. Also like the blue originally had too, like the Star Island. This one looks cool too. Let's go with Iron Storm Green. Or not more. Alright, how's this? Alright. Could do training, but I don't need to be trained. I've played this before. Codename JC Denton. Real name JC Denton. Cool. Okay, so Deus Ex is an RPG where you get skill points. You get to build your character here, basically. Basically, swimming skill sucks. One of the cool things that GMDX RSD I played did is they removed swimming skill and they had like a general like I guess kind of like a mobility skill, basically, where it would govern like all like player movement, basically. Pretty sure where it's like they added in like climbing, kind of like a thief, and like in a System Shock 2 where you can clamber onto things, but I think it would be based on like your movement skill or something like that. I always thought that was cool. Swimming's actually the best skill because it's the most cost-effective skill in the game. It is cheap. When I get in the game, it's going to be too quiet. I can already tell you that. I'm going to turn it down right now, but it's going to be too quiet later. It's called Athletics. Okay, that's what it was. But yeah, I thought that was a cool change in GMDX. Also in this game, so you start with pistol trained. This is like I don't know if it's an exploit or if it was intentional, but you can untrain the pistol skill. When you start the game, it'll be retrained again, because I don't think they wanted players to ever like deal with having an untrained pistol, because it would just suck so bad, basically. It feels like a pity thing, but because they put it in the game, all of us power gamers out there are going to untrain it for that free pistol skill. I usually like to be a pistol. I usually do low-tech pistols, like my main weapons also. Heavy's nice for the Gep gun also, but I like to get the purpose of min-max type stuff. Me personally, I like to get computer for hacking stuff. I usually do more electronics and lockpicking because I like to be able to open doors fast. Basically, the more lockpicking skill you have in electronics, the less consumables you have to use to like unlock doors, basically. Though one of the best lockpicks in the game is literally a rocket launcher called the Gep gun. Yeah, like advanced hacking just makes them like last longer, and then it lets you like you can turn the turrets on. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's worth like being trained in computer too. All right, let's go low tech. I like low tech. I might just start with that.
Your appointment to FEMA should be finalized within the week. I've already discussed the matter with
I already see some weird shadowing going on here.
He was agreeable.
He didn't really have a choice.
Has he been infected?
Oh yes, most certainly.
Oh yes.
When I mentioned that we could put him on the priority list for the ambrosia vaccine, he was so willing it was almost...
This plague, the rioting has intensified to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
Why contain it? Let it spill over to the
So Scott, thank you for the raid.
Let the bodies pile up.
Thank you for coming to the new world debut.
They'll beg us to save them.
I've received reports of armed attacks
Of
on
MeenaCrowe
shipments.
3.0.
There's not enough vaccine to go around, and the underclasses are starting to get desperate.
Of course they're desperate. They can smell.
Yeah, the intro of this game opens with like... It's interesting how they kind of open with kind of revealing some major
I hope
plot
you're not
points.
underestimating the problem. The others may not go as quietly as you think. Intelligence indicates they're behind the problems.
That's some good combat right there.
Old men playing and running the world.
Yeah, I was gonna turn on the redeems after this cutscene. I was just thinking about that.
Are the future.
We have other problems.
MeenaCrowe?
Formed by executive order after the terrorist strike on the statue. I have someone in
I thought it's like this little like
more concerned about
we have a
Savage.
little
He relocated
committee
the
meeting
venue.
here, and it's like 10 people sitting in
Our
chairs.
biocorpus is far in advance of theirs, as is our electronic sentience, and their ethical inflexibility has allowed us to make progress in areas they refuse to consider.
The augmentation project.
among other things, but I must admit
No problem,
that
Scab.
I've
Thanks for the
been
raid.
somewhat disappointed in the performance of the primary unit.
The secondary unit should be online soon. It's currently undergoing preparation and will be operational within 6 months. My people will continue to report on its progress. If necessary, the primary will be terminated.
I love the mouth movement in Deus
I
Ex.
endure much, you and I, but soon it will order again.
Oh yeah, I'll change the category too.
Aquinas spoke of the mythical city on the hill. Soon that city will be a reality, and we.
Was that Alex Denton from the hit game Deus Ex Invisible War?
Gods.
Alright. Here's my save button. Okay, it's these. Let's rebind these. These are conflicting with some of my hotkeys. Okay. Oh yeah, for some reason Deus Ex, it hates when you hit escape and the game freezes. It's like an escape from Tarkov when you hit escape, but it's doing the RAM cleaning. Alright, where are you at? Deus Ex. We're playing Deus Ex The Conspiracy. What did I say? I don't even know what I just said. Alright, let me do a little activation here. We got some rewards. Some stream redeem rewards or whatever you want to call them. Okay, they should be active now.
Heads up, JC. Your brother Paul is on his way to meet you at the dock. The NSF is raiding the island and shots.
Got to get out of here.
I repeat, find Paul. I will monitor your situation from HQ.
What is my keybinds? How do I get my inventory? Oh my god, Paul's running to me. No, I gotta figure out how to open the inventory.
Paul,
Damn it.
I thought you were in Hong Kong. Welcome to the Coalition, JC. I might as well start using your code name. Think I'd miss my brother's first day? Didn't think you'd have a choice. What's going on? The NSF. They hit one of our shipments. A few of them got away, but we trapped
I love the
rest in
skybox in this
statue.
game.
What are we waiting for? Looks like a textbook assault. The NSF took one of our agents hostage. The bots are holding the perimeter, but my orders are to hold back and send you in alone. I think someone high up wants to see how you handle the situation. All I've got with me is a pistol and an electric prod. I don't mind a test, but MeenaCrowe better issue some hardware. Remember that we're police. Stick with the prod. It'll stun your opponents or knock them unconscious. A non-lethal takedown
Oh yeah,
is
it's
always
cutting
the most
off a little
silent way
bit.
to
I'll move
eliminate
it to the right a
resistance.
little bit.
Just in
Or
case,
scale
though,
it down.
Manderly wants you to pick an additional weapon. A sniper rifle, a GEP gun, or a mini crossbow.
There's only one choice that's correct here, and that's the GEP
Never know
gun.
when I might come up against some heavy armor. Give me the GEP gun. The GEP gun might be useful. They have a security bot on patrol near the statue entrance.
They have like a
Great.
security
What's the first
Roomba
move?
in front of the
I'm
Statue of
going to give
Liberty.
you a map of the island. If you can get to the north dock, a UNATCO informant will give you a key to the statue doors. He responds to the code phrase, iron and copper. You could avoid a lot of fighting, though, if you found a back way to the statue. I'll see how it looks on shore. Your primary objective is the makeshift command center the terrorists have installed at the top of the statue. But don't forget about Agent Herman. We think he's being held on the ground floor. What are my orders when I reach the command center? Interrogate the leader. We don't yet know why the terrorists would risk an open assault.
Okay, tab is inventory. Yeah, like it. I don't know why it's like it freezes up for like a minute whenever you open it. Hell, you can do it just like in System Shock 2. Awesome, I love it. All right, Now let's scale this. move it to the right a little bit. What are you here to do? You here to fix my stream? Just everything in the stream's going wrong.
It's just hard to tell.
But now that you're here, it's gonna get fixed. Hehehe. Alright, how's that? Is that good?
Is it locked?
It's this one. No, it's not locked.
Oh, locked. Okay, try that.
Okay.
Get into more dialogue.
Okay. Hang on, it's like it freezes up whenever I tab out. There we go.
You just gonna stay here? There's
Okay,
been some
that looks
activity
better.
at sea. I'm going to watch the coast. Why'd they bring you back to New York? I don't know what they have planned. I messed up an assassination attempt on one of the triad leaders in Hong Kong. UNATCO pulled you out. It's a long story. You better head to the statue.
There we go. Yes. Are you talking about the laggy bug? Like where it freezes up? Apparently they added the crowbar in this game because of Half-Life also. I think doesn't the crowbar do like extra damage? There it is. Doesn't the crowbar do like extra damage to like breakables also? To be capped at 6, your inventory makes you lag. Pretty sure I'm on full screen. I'll just deal with it. I'll change it next time I boot the game up. Oh yeah, what the hell's going sliding here? Okay. I'm on OpenGL rendering. But there's definitely something going on with the lighting here. That's not supposed to happen. Okay, this might just end up being a troubleshooting stream. Because I'm not going to be able to deal with this. It's the dead rat sound. Thank you for the bits. Okay, let me change some things. Yeah, I did a fresh install because I had like the old like GMDX mods installed. Like double like for the gift subs. The problem is when I set the game to full screen, it's not actually in full screen. It's like it just runs in a little window. Thank you for the submarines. Try back to direct. Okay, if I'm in direct 3D, my screen's black. If I think there's some way with Kinty Launcher. I think you can like go into like advanced settings or something. Yeah, RSD was here earlier. All right, let me check real quick. There it is, the random horror scream. They're also in that. They're in the pool, both the Half-Life sounds. It sounds like a tire screech, yeah.
No! Stay back! Gordon!
That's how I feel right now. All right, yeah, so we have to like type in you have to do like a console and do preferences. I remember doing this in the past. Preferences. Thank you for the sub. For all the GIF subs. Direct input, yeah, let's do true. Rendering aha. See, is the weird? I think the lighting's fixed now. Does this look correct? I think this looks correct now.
NSF everywhere, JC. Your orders are to shoot on site. A UNATCO informant on the North Dock can get you inside the statue. Look for a bum. Identify yourself with the phrase iron and copper.
It says the orders shoot on sight, and then Paul's like stick with the prod. Okay, I'm gonna see. I love this like because of grid inventory. You can like hotkey things. That's something I feel like is an improvement between this game and System Shock 2. System Shock 2 weapons are like hard coded to have certain hotkeys, whereas here you can actually put them on this hotbar. And I see a lot of games that do this type of thing will actually like hotbar items like this in Deus Ex, which I think is really cool. I usually have prod on 2, pistol 1, yep, gun pump 5. Usually like a lockpick and tools I put over here. I just have the crowbar on 6 for now, but I will probably switch with... No, baton, I know. I put baton on 5 usually. Alright. Deus Ex is a stealth video game. Stealth action. Oh god. Super sub.
Take the covert approach. Remember the Academy stealth course.
Thank you, Machida.
Stay out of their field of view. Walk slowly to stay quiet and crouch behind cover. Or if you have to get your hands dirty, remember that a headshot is a lethal takedown.
I don't know if this game has like a lighting system quite like Thief. I think it's mostly like line of sight based. Wait, you know, all the years I've played this game, I don't think I've ever noticed this right here. I don't think this game has a lighting system. Guy forgot to reload his gun before running over to me. Oh, the little med bots in here. Cool. I'm hearing Howie scream for a little bit. Yeah, it has a bunch of like Healy dudes. All right. So you don't have all your augmentations and upgrades and stuff. It's a little bit. It's one of those difficulty curve games where first level, not used to this game. It's a little bit hard. Luckily, NPCs have a cone of vision. They have a distance of how far they can see. Yeah, a lot of people play this game, and like they get kind of like hard filtered by this very first level because it's pretty brutal if you don't understand like the game mechanics of it. Yeah, the back takedowns are like they're very technical, and it's like it's based on like damage and like where you hit them. I'm pretty sure. Probably won't use these binoculars. The tranquilizer here. These tranquilizer darts, it's like they're if you're playing non-lethal. I usually kind of play. I don't go hard non-lethal, but I try to take down as many people as possible non-lethally. But if I don't have an option, then I'll just shoot them. Basically, again, like I like to go pistol. Combination of pistol and low tech. Oh, there's a key. This game rewards you for exploring and looking in specific spots. I'll check my notes. Oh, you know what? This is just a 0451 code, I think. Yeah. Like in System Shock and System Shock 2 and whatnot. It's got one of those 451 codes. SATCOM and UNATCO 001. Oh, that's case sensitive. But cool, you can get in here and mess with the cameras, which you don't need to do here. Yeah, I love that you can upgrade the pepper spray in GMDX. I'm not going to use this knife, but I will hold on to it.
Freight base is under lockdown till the danger's gone, Agent Denton.
Right. How you guys holding up?
UNATCO command made us pull back. I guess for Gunther's sake. What's the deal? We're ready to go in.
We're taking a minimum force approach. We're cops, after all.
Ask me. I think we should frag them all. You trespass on UNATCO property, you get pumped full of lead.
When due process fails us, we really do live in a world of terror.
Thought you nanowogs were supposed to be badass killing machines. Guess I was wrong.
Guess so.
Some advice.
Guess so.
You get out there, you're gonna have to tangle with some real sons of bitches. Best thing is to pick them off from 50 or 100 paces with a scope. I scored an extra one from a couple of thugs we dropped down by the dock. You can have it for 700 credits. I also picked up some 10mm ammo and some crossbow darts. Say 200 for one and 60 for the other.
Shouldn't you turn that stuff over to the quartermaster?
Sure, I will. As long as command has the rest of us on parade drill, someone might as well put this hardware to use.
I'll check back with you later.
It said the thing. Yeah, so the thing of tranquilizer gun is you can non-lethally take people out from a distance with this thing, but it's a slow process. It's not really reliable, especially if there's multiple enemies around, because you'll just alert everyone. Also, as you can see, look, pistol skills trained now. Well, I never trained that. It just automatically happens if you're untrained. I'll show you the power of the tranquilizer gun. You gotta wait for this crosshair to shrink, shrink, shrink. Shrink, shrink, shrink. Oh, 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 oh. Now we're accurate. Alright, shot him in the head, and now I'm gonna run away. And he'll slowly... I guess he... Okay. I think because I headshot him, probably did extra damage, but that's a non-lethal takedown. But they don't instantly go down. I do believe if you upgrade your pistol skill, it'll do more damage, so that makes it a little better. I believe in GMDX, if you headshot with a tranquilizer, it's an instant takedown. Yes, alright, pepper spray. Now this is a good weapon here. I don't have much ammo for it though. Can I reload it? Yes. Oh, 3 ammo. That will not be enough to do anything with it.
Who was that? I didn't see a uniform. I guess it's nothing.
If you get a back hit, the charger, it's an instant takedown. I haven't found the baton yet. For some reason, I thought I should have found the baton at this point. The sound of the charger prod reloading, it kind of sounds like the rat sound effect, but like distorted. Oh, this is the guy with the baton. I was looking for him. Don't do drugs. If you use cigarettes, you die. Not actually die, but it hurts you. I feel like the stun prod, the reloads, I feel like it's the rat sound distorted. I think I'll do baton on 3. There we go. So this thing, this is your non-lethal, takes no ammo or anything. So the charger prod has ammo. You can only stun so much with it. This thing is non-lethal, but the damage is kind of ass on this thing. You can instant take down people from the back, but it's like so particular where you aim it. It's very weird. It's a strange weapon. But the more you get into low tech, and if you get like strength booster augs and stuff like that, you can make it more consistent, knocking people out. This thing, when you swing it, it kind of bends. I think they had a wrong impression of how these things work.
That's the difference right there. Just take a look at him.
Bad?
We cut off his arm, replaced half his face.
Herman, right? He's a good soldier. Killed 3 of our men.
They'd have replaced his whole body if it would have improved performance. If that's how you judge a man, by performance, then eventually it's not about people, but upgrades, versions, functionality.
I didn't say the rhetoric line. Yeah, I like the vibe of this game more than the new Deus Exes. New Deus Exes are cool, but something feels a little more grounded about this game that I like.
Who was that?
I thought these guys had dialogue.
He's a cop.
That's what tranquilizer does when you get shot. I will just lead these guys into the basement down here.
I know I heard something.
This power box must have been damaged in the raid. Don't cross through the arcs. I'm also picking up an EMP field Take him out. If you're not careful, it'll suck away your bioelectrical energy.
You can pick the tranquilizers up. I think you have to time it. Hey Raspy, how's it going? This is worth jump to. You get good supplies over here. You get skill points for exploring. So I like the reward that, like, you get rewarded not just for, like, it's not for kills or quests necessarily, but it's also, like, just exploring. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, it is after 10, so we actually probably need to go. Okay. I'll make a super save right here. We'll just leave off here. New stream. Okay. We'll just have to leave off here. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play too much, but... Dead. Let's go back to the room. I'm gonna have to reset this or else we're gonna get blasted for a while. There we go. There we go. Hey Proxy, how's it going? About to head out. I'm too far away. How's that? Is that close enough? Thank you. Alright. Up. I will probably... I don't know. I might do a stream tomorrow. I think it'll be fine. I was going to say we're going to take a break, but... maybe I'll stream tomorrow. I did so little Deus Ex today. I think I should probably do it tomorrow too. Thank you all for coming. And you're coming to the 3.0 debut. We gotta go to the grocery store before they close. And I am hungry. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for all the raids. I hope you guys all have a good night. The song is, it's a song done by Cement T. It's an original song they did. It was commissioned. Alright, good night everyone. Gonna raid Deus Ex Land. Alright. Good night everyone. We'll see you all next time. Peace.